Good morning, everyone, and welcome to looking at the app and forgot to turn it off. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to GCFI74, day 5. We're on our last day. The week has flown by, and we've had a wonderful week of very insightful discussions, lots of presentations and sharing of new information and sharing of the new science, and also discussing solutions and recommendations. So today we have sort of an emerging issues theme to our day, and we have some very pertinent issues to the region. We're going to start things off with our climate change session, and then following that we'll have our marine litter session, and then we'll have our closing ceremony and keynote presentation from Dr. David Gill. So to get things started, I'll just remind you of our interpretation functions. So if you were to use the panel on the bottom ribbon of your screen, we would have English and Spanish interpretation available to you. For our presenters today, we encourage you to present in your native language, if it is English or Spanish. That's all we have. And also for the audience, please use the question and answer box to pose any questions to our panelists today. We will do our presentations first, and then we will entertain any questions, comments, or queries you might have. So I'm going to turn it over to our moderators from the Environmental Defense Fund, Lalo and Sep. So over to you.
Thanks, Fadila. Good to see your world famous earrings make another appearance today. Well, buenos dias, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're joining from around the world. Welcome. In this session, we'll be talking about the vulnerability of coastal habitats and communities to climate change, diving into some causes, impacts, and solutions. I will go ahead and turn it over to our first presenter, Gemma Carroll.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Gemma Carroll, and I'm an ocean climate scientist at the Environmental Defense Fund. And my colleague Lala Bonet is here on the panel as well, and he's the Senior Manager of EDF's Cuba Oceans program. So today we're going to talk a little bit about our presentation, which is on a climate vulnerability assessment, or CVA, that EDF is facilitating for Caribbean fisheries species. So it's becoming clearer and clearer that climate change will pose a really major threat to ecosystems and fisheries in the Caribbean. We know that ocean temperatures are rising, storms are becoming more frequent and more intense, and we're expecting increasing impacts from things like acidification of coral reefs in the coming decades. And it seems likely that these climate change impacts will lead to lower production of some fisheries, and that some important fishery species may even shift their distributions poleward and away from the waters of tropical nations like those in the Caribbean. And so for these reasons, it's really crucial that we work now to gather the best available information and predictions about climate impacts on fisheries, and use this information to really start to plan ahead for change to make fisheries more climate resilient and sustainable in the long term. And so one way that we can do this is by trying to determine the relative vulnerability of important fishery species to climate change. And when we know which species are the most vulnerable, we can start to strengthen their protection and begin to diversify fishing livelihoods away from relying so much on those vulnerable species in the future. And when we know which species are somewhat vulnerable, we can strengthen fisheries management and reduce fishing pressure enough to buffer those species against the worst climate impacts and really ensure that their stocks remain healthy. And we know that under climate change, there'll be some species that are much less vulnerable or that might even benefit from things like warming waters. And we can start to identify those species and invest in the sustainable fishing gear for them, robust supply chains, and really try to establish some developing markets for those species to help guide fishing efforts towards these more sustainable choices under climate change. So the Environmental Defense Fund has developed a climate vulnerability assessment tool to start to help us to identify which fishery species might be more or less vulnerable to climate change. And the tool kind of works by scoring how exposed species will be to climate impacts. And climate impacts might be things like rising ocean temperatures, storm frequency and intensity, precipitation, sea level rise, all sorts of climate factors. And we also score how sensitive each species might be given their biological traits. And those traits can include things like how mobile the adults are, what their temperature preference is, how much fishing pressure they're under, how fast their population can grow, and those kinds of individual biological traits. And so we're in the early stages of the process of applying this climate vulnerability assessment tool to some species in the Caribbean that are important for both commercial and recreational fisheries. And so the commercial fisheries focus is based on our work in Cuba, which is really led by Lalo, building resilient fisheries there, and we're beginning to incorporate climate impacts into some of those stock assessments that have recently been conducted. And we're conducting this climate vulnerability assessment to start planning more for the future and starting to prioritize management strategies that will be more resilient to change in the long term, not just now. And our recreational fisheries work, which is being led by Sep, who's moderating the session, is focused a little bit more on Belize and the Bahamas right now. And we're interested in understanding the vulnerability of important recreational flat species there, including bonefish, tarpon, and permit, to see how those species might be impacted by climate change, as well as assessing a range of other kind of backup recreational species, like some blue open water species, as well as some reef fish species that might be able to provide alternative livelihoods for recreational fishing guides and operators if the flat species end up being really vulnerable and doing badly under climate change. And so we've done some initial explorations for some of these commercial and recreational species already, but we really want this process to be highly participatory. And so we're setting up workshops with diverse Caribbean stakeholders with expertise ranging from on the water experience, like fishing and guiding, to local managers, to biological and social scientists. And we've gathered some expert groups together, and by combining all of this expertise in the one room, we really hope we can get the best available knowledge about how the climate's changing in the Caribbean and how it might affect these really important fishery species. And so the hope of this work is that we can help to raise the profile of climate change in the Caribbean and help to give fishing communities and managers some early information to start beginning to plan for climate change impacts. So I'll stop there, but yeah, happy to talk a little bit more about any parts of this work and answer some questions when we get time to do that. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Gemma. I know we'll have a broader Q&A, but I wanted to maybe ask a quick question. Participating in this work and collaborating with you over the last 6 months, I was curious if you could talk a little bit about, you talk a lot about the ecological CVA component here. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about some of the research and work that's been done around the world on the socioeconomic side, and maybe some of your hopes for this work.
Yeah, so obviously, so the work, the tool that we've been putting together is really a climate vulnerability assessment that's focused around the biology of species. And so you can really think of this as being a biological CVA. So, these types of CVAs are usually done at a kind of regional scale, in order to encompass the geographic range of most of these species. And so they can't tell us so much about, what the impacts on an individual fishery might be of any vulnerability. And so, for example, you might have one species that has very high vulnerability, but two fisheries for that species in different countries or different zones that might have very different outcomes and different responses to that vulnerability based on the kind of unique relationship that they have with those species and the way that they're fished in those places. And so kind of the first step towards bridging that gap between the ecological side and the kind of fishery, and then ultimately the social side and thinking about livelihoods. I'm currently working on a second tool that will be complementary to this first ecological CVA. And this is really, I guess I would call it like a fishery CVA. So basically the kind of exposure factors will be the output of this ecological CVA. So really like the vulnerability scores for each species in, usually like a multi-species fishery. And then the sensitivity will be basically a whole lot of, I guess, characteristics that link the fishery to that species. So how important is that species within the fishery? How is it caught? Does it have a really high, economic, cultural importance? What kind of management measures are in place? And yeah, I guess the hope of that work is to really kind of go from species to the fishery and ultimately understand, I guess, how dependent fisheries are on these, potentially highly vulnerable species. So that's kind of like step 2. And then ultimately, we also need to really understand something about the, I guess, social and the social vulnerability of the communities that rely on the fisheries, that rely on the species. And so, yeah, there's been quite a bit of work done to understand, the characteristics that make communities more or less resilient to climate change. And so we're hoping to draw on some of those things to be able to really kind of build maybe a more flexible tool to really understand the individual context of communities that depend on these fisheries, and to really understand how vulnerable they might be given the economic and sort of social resources that they have at their disposal to cope with any kinds of big changes in the fishery. For example, decreases in productivity and revenue coming from that fishery under climate change. So yeah, it's definitely something that we're thinking a lot more about. So this biological CVA is sort of step 1. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of work to be done, and a lot of really keen interest in understanding really what the flow-on effects of this species vulnerability is for the people's livelihoods in places like the Caribbean.
Thanks, Gemma. Yeah, and as many folks say, in fisheries management, you don't manage the fish, you manage the people, right? And I think that's one of the things that makes fisheries so interesting, is that human and ecological connection. Thanks for that, Gemma. I also wanted to note, Bob Glazer had a good comment in the chat, talking a little bit more about adaptation options. So anybody that's interested, check that out. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Desiree.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Desiree Hernández. Soy investigadora científica del INVEMAR, el Instituto de Investigaciones Marinas y Costeras en Colombia. Nosotros hicimos una evaluación de vulnerabilidad para el municipio de Santiago de Tolú acerca del cambio climático en esta área frente al ascenso en el nivel del mar. Entonces, en esta ocasión, pues presentamos los impactos que podrían darse en ese municipio para mediados y finales del siglo XXI. Frente al ascenso, el municipio se encuentra ubicado en el norte de Colombia, en la región Caribe, en el departamento de Córdoba. Frente al tema de ascenso en el nivel del mar, este municipio fue priorizado, digámoslo así, como uno de los que tiene mayor amenaza por ascenso en el nivel del mar en el país a nivel costero, y por ese motivo decidimos hacer un estudio puntual para el área. Al respecto, obtuvimos que para finales del siglo, para resumir el análisis, se esperan impactos importantes por esta amenaza para el 100% de ecosistemas como manglares y playas, para el 9.5% de áreas agropecuarias, el 13% de la población y el 16% de las viviendas. Y específicamente a nivel urbano se afectaría el 100% del área turística, que el tema turístico es importante para el municipio y esto sería un impacto bastante, pues sería bastante importante. Bueno, también se afectaría parte de la zona portuaria, hay un área portuaria, cerca del 50% del área podría perderse por efectos de inundación a causa del ascenso en el nivel del mar. Estos resultados lo que nos indican es que podrían verse afectados no solo en temas de población y vivienda o infraestructura, sino también en las actividades económicas que tienen importancia en el municipio, como son el turismo y la pesca principalmente, y ecosistemas estratégicos como el manglar. Estas actividades podrían impactar a esas personas, a esa población que tiene gran dependencia de ellas, principalmente el turismo. Muchas de las personas que viven en Tolú, en Santiago de Tolú, tienen gran dependencia del turismo. No es un sector desarrollado, pero es el potencial del territorio por sus playas y también por esos ecosistemas de manglar, porque se utilizan para hacer ecoturismo. También existe un área protegida que es el área protegida de Guacamayas, que es donde se encuentra pues, el ecosistema de manglar concentrado, y digamos que esa afectación también tendría injerencia en esa área y tendría impactos importantes a nivel socioeconómico y ecosistémico. Para esto se hicieron unos talleres concertados con actores del territorio, con comunidades y con instituciones ambientales también, aquellas que tienen poder de toma de decisiones, y con ellos salieron, digamos así, surgieron dos medidas importantes que podrían usarse para hacer frente al tema, a los impactos del ascenso en el nivel del mar, que es principalmente aplicar medidas de adaptación basadas en ecosistemas que permitan, digamos, recuperar esas áreas de manglar que puedan estar degradadas y que no soporten un impacto por ascenso en el nivel del mar, o las playas que tengan algún problema, ya sea de erosión costera, de contaminación, de alguna otra problemática, que puedan recuperarse y también tener una salud óptima que les permita hacer frente al ascenso en el nivel del mar. Esa por un lado, y la otra, que digamos estas dos son unas sombrillas de medidas de otras que podrían hacerse puntualmente. Entonces la otra es el mejoramiento de esas condiciones socioeconómicas. Podría ser el impulso a esas actividades que tienen, que son importantes, que tienen potencial en el área, e incluso la diversificación de esas actividades económicas, la educación en temas de cambio climático y ese apoyo a esas comunidades que dependen de los recursos naturales del municipio. Bueno, este análisis es un aporte para la gestión del cambio climático a nivel local, pero también siendo una respuesta a la gestión que está haciendo Colombia en temas de adaptación al cambio climático. Entonces esto es una base de información para poder llevar a esa toma de decisiones para mitigar y para adaptarnos al cambio climático en Colombia.
Muchas gracias, Desiree.
Gracias a ustedes.
My Spanish is very elementary, but I noticed right away watching your longer presentation that your use of exposure and sensitivity scores were very similar to the approach that Gemma has used. One thing I really liked about your research was that you looked broadly at impacts to agriculture, tourism, fisheries, not just one sector. And so I have one question now, and we'll get into some broader questions for the whole group in a little bit. But what are your hopes for some next steps to translate this science into action, especially around the adaptation strategies, either at the local level or even at the national level?
Bueno, si hablamos a nivel científico, desde el INVEMAR hemos venido trabajando en temas de cambio climático. INVEMAR es un instituto cuya misión es la generación de información básica y aplicada en temas marino-costeros, incluyendo el cambio climático. Sin embargo, ya hemos generado información base sobre este tema y el siguiente paso sería implementar esas medidas. Entonces, mi esperanza como instituto sería impulsar esas medidas, puede ser a través de la consecución de recursos económicos, que digamos que es un paso bastante fuerte o bastante complicado, pues conseguir los recursos, pero sí hay fuentes. Lo ideal sería apuntarle a fuentes que nos permitan implementar medidas para todos esos territorios a los que ya hemos analizado y ya tenemos identificado cuáles son sus impactos, y pues apoyar esa gestión local para los municipios costeros, que es pues el área de injerencia. Y digamos que en Colombia ya hay todo un proceso, toda una agenda para el cambio climático, para la mitigación, para la adaptación, unas metas. Y en ese sentido, el INVEMAR está también haciendo un camino a través de esas metas que ya se han fijado como país. Y pues la visión es esa, continuar trabajando en la implementación de estas medidas que nos permitan hacer frente al tema del cambio climático.
Gracias, Desiree. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Karen. Last but certainly not least, looking forward to hearing about your work in Bonaire.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Karen Eckrich. I'm excited to be part of GCFI this year and for being on this panel discussion. I'm a biologist with Stinapo Bonaire. We're an NGO. We're mandated by the local government to manage the parks. So Bonaire, it's a small island in the Southern Caribbean. It's surrounded by fringing coral reefs. Some of the best in the Caribbean, I might say. At least I feel that way. So among other tasks, we monitor the coral reefs. And of course, this includes bleaching events. So for climate change, you know, that's why I'm in this session. I'm going to report on some of the trends we've been seeing recently. For the past 5 years, we've estimated the % of corals affected by thermal stress at 10 sites. So any coral that was pale, partially bleached, or fully bleached was included. And in 2018, we had the least amount of bleaching with about 9% of coral bleaching. And 2020 had the greatest amount of bleaching at 61%. So I'd like to make sure it's important to note that although Bonaire had coral bleaching every year, little to no bleaching induced mortality was observed. So they would bleach, it would get really bad, and then the water would cool and they would slowly recover. However, in 2020, we did notice in a deeper reef beyond our survey zone, there was some mortality. So we visited just a few sites that were most affected and recorded up to 50% mortality of certain species, mostly lettuce corals, Agaricea undaria species. In all years, we had more bleaching or thermal stress at 25 meters than the shallower depths at 10 and 5 meters. Bleaching by site varied, so there was no consistent pattern. And certain species were affected more than others. So Orbicella faviolata, the mountainous star coral, was the most affected by thermal stress, followed by Diploria labyrinthiformis, the groove brain coral, and the other Orbicellas and Agaricid, the lettuce corals as well. So this brings us to, you know, what are we going to do about it? So most scientists agree that coral bleaching bleaching events are a direct result of human-caused climate change. Our reefs have been really lucky until now compared to other reefs around the world when it comes to bleaching. I mean, we get this transient bleaching. We've had a few events in the past that resulted in mortality, but it's just a matter of time. It's very concerning. And although Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth urged immediate action almost 15 years ago, governments are very slow to act. So in one alliance, there's 124 countries for net zero emissions by 2050, but less than 30% of those countries have passed their targets into policy or law. And the Netherlands hasn't even targeted zero emissions. So that's where Bonaire is part of the Netherlands. And they're actually, most of the countries actually at or below sea level. So that's quite interesting. Worldwide, we know this, coral reefs are suffering. And although combating global stressors like climate change is overwhelming for small islands, local actions can make a difference. We have to believe that. Bonaire has a long history of managing local stressors in order to safeguard our reefs and make them more resilient. And it's kind of exciting because the last 5 years, we did document signs of resilience, increased coral cover, more coral recruits, less turf and macroalgae, a pretty steady amount of herbivores. And at the same time, though, we keep seeing these bleaching events and we see cyanobacterial blooms coming and going. And recently we've noticed increased disease prevalence, which we still need to monitor. So in the face of these global climate change and governments slow to respond, I really think that local measures are the best tools we have to make a difference in the future of our reefs. And with that, I'd just like to thank my fellow researchers, Roxanne Francisca, Hannah Rempel, Emil Wren, for their work on the project, as well as all those staff and interns and volunteers that contributed to this project and all the monitoring we do over the years.
Thanks for that, Karen. I liked in your longer talk also how you highlighted, there are a lot of global stressors, but there's also local stressors, and they can be cumulative. I think in a lot of ways, us humans, we're not too different from corals, especially during this time of COVID and all the stresses we feel. There's no single stress, right? There's so many things that are impacting these communities, whether it's the ecosystem or these human communities. One thing I also really liked about your talk was kind of the hope that you provided, some of the, some of the indications that the transient bleaching, essentially there was recovery some years. And so I was curious if you had kind of some initial thoughts or findings, what were really the key components that led to transient bleaching as opposed to some of the die-off?
Yeah, it's a good question. We installed a sewage treatment plant like 6 years ago, and we still don't have, after several years of monitoring before the installation, we still don't have water quality data from after the installation. This week, we actually sent samples in together with Rijkswaterstaat, the water quality control from the Netherlands. But yeah, it's been thought that, increased loads of nutrients can exacerbate thermal stress. So that's a question we have is, are we already reaching levels of nutrients again that might be causing some of these bleaching events? Or is it just something we're just getting lucky every year because it starts to bleach and then we get some upwelling, we get some, let's say, offshore winds finally pick up and the deeper water comes up, it's a little cooler and it cools off. Actually, this year, we were at alert level 1 a few weeks ago when I uploaded my talk, and within a week after that, we all of a sudden our surface waters cooled down. And now we probably won't even monitor this year because it's less than 10% of corals affected at all depths. So that's really exciting. But some years, last year, we really thought this is it. We're gonna lose half of our reef. So yeah, we definitely are trying to manage those local stressors, the nutrients entering our marine park through different initiatives. Like we have quite a bit of overnight moorings where boats come and visit Bonaire by boat. And we don't have an option for the wastewater, and we're working on that with the local government and the national government. We're trying to, improve our wastewater treatment because it only treats about 10% of the actual wastewater. We're trying to limit runoff into the marine park and also discharge. There are some places that still discharge directly into the ocean. So it's exciting because in Bonaire, these are common themes and people aren't surprised when you mention them. So, with enough force behind you, we can get these things going.
Thanks, Karen. And there's also a question here from Alfonso Aguilar Pereira. He said, in terms of recovery to bleaching, have you noticed any kind of recovery in any given coral species in Stenapa?
Ooh, difficult to say. I mean, we did see, it's amazing really, because I've been here 22 years and the first 15 years it was going downhill, and then the last 5 years, we start to see these amazing recovery, and we see passive recovery of the Acropora cervicornis and some palmata, but mostly the cervicornis. And we have Reef Renewal, who's doing quite a bit of active restoration of these species. So the staghorn and the elkhorn. And it's incredible. Some sites, it's growing so fast that it's overgrowing the head corals, the mountain corals, the stony corals. So it's very exciting. But like I said, just in the last few months, we're starting to see diebacks and disease on those areas. So yeah, you want to get excited, but then all it takes is a bad year or a new strain of white band disease or something like that. And then all of a sudden you realize, you're in trouble again. So I don't want to get too optimistic because there's still a lot of work to do, especially when looking at global stressors.
Thanks, Karen. In all my hurry, I skipped over Lalo too. I know he was presenting with Gemma, so I wanted to ask you a quick question, Lalo. I know you've been working with Gemma on the kind of the Cuba-focused CVA, and I was curious. Gemma talked about the participatory process and a lot of the research. But what happens after the CVA? What are the next steps there?
Thank you so much, Seb. And yeah, you're right. We really see the CVA as the first step for a longer conversations. We see the CVA process also as a tool to engage and to actually educate different stakeholders about climate change, because as Karen was saying, we have all this information, but what's next? How do we actually make a good use of all this great data that is being collected? And we think the CVA kind of really provides a platform to streamline all that information, where you bring in different experts from all different areas, including fishermen, of course. Alfonso Aguilar had a really good question about what do we mean by a sustainable fishing year? And those are the type of questions that we want to address with fishermen, with scientists, because the vulnerability to this fishing gear might be different in different contexts. And so those type of conversations are the ones we need to include in the CVA. So the approach that we have right now is more like a desktop analysis where we're using information that is publicly available, databases that are more for the Caribbean region. And that makes a lot of sense, as Gemma said, because we want to have a larger picture of what's going to happen in the region. But the next step is to have more localized conversations that make more sense for each country, for each region, for each community. So they can really have a say on what vulnerability means, from not just from the biological perspective, but also from this socioeconomic perspective As Gemma mentioned, one of the next steps for us is to include the socioeconomic aspect of the CBA. And so answering your question, the first next step is to have a larger conversation with more stakeholders that can provide those insights and kind of like validate the desktop approach that we're using. And the next step, like the ultimate goal for the CBA, is to integrate these results in management plans, adaptive management plans that we call them like climate ready fishery management plans, where you can take into consideration how fisheries are going to react to climate change. So that way the management plans have embedded the need to plan in advance and having climate change as not just a variable, but the variable. You know, like we really need to be adapting probably every year, every 2 years, you know, because as Karen was mentioning, you know, we're seeing good things in the progress, so that might change. And depending on those changes and depending on this analysis, we can have some tools to look into the future. So we're really excited to present these results, but really they're more part of the tip of the iceberg. You know, like we really want to invite more people. Here from Bob was sharing some great reports that he has conducted in Florida. So many people have been used this tool. So it would be great to learn from all these people and use this information again at a regional level and at a national level, at a community level. So happy to share more of what this means in the future. And in EDF, as Gemma mentioned, we're working with Bahamas, with Belize, and hopefully pretty soon in Cuba to implement this CBA to guide fishery management in those countries and the region.
Thanks, Lalo. Well, wanted to welcome any newcomers. I see we're up to 43 participants, so hopefully everybody's wide awake now, got some good coffee. Wanted to open it up for a few general questions. And watching everybody's presentation, really, there was one of the key themes I noticed is really the resilience of the natural systems and also adaptation in the community and the ecosystem. Which is really hard to measure and hard to predict, right? That's a hard thing to model. Karen, as your presentation mentioned, you were pleasantly surprised in a lot of cases, right? So I wanted to ask the group and maybe start with Desiree, you know, what are one or two key characteristics or strategies that you found were very important in your system when it came to resilience, or when it came to looking to future strategies, either in the ecosystem or the human community?
Se me cortó un poquito la traducción, pero ¿me podrías repetir, por favor?
Yeah, absolutely. I made it pretty long. I was writing it down while everybody was presenting. What were some of the really important characteristics of resilience that you saw either in the ecosystem or in the human community? And it maybe necessarily isn't something from the past, but maybe something you want to see more of in the future.
Bueno, yo veo bastante interés, por lo menos por las entidades que tienen injerencia en el tema ambiental, tienen un interés por los ecosistemas. Hay un interés también por parte de las comunidades, sobre todo las que tienen esa dependencia, como es el turismo, porque es un tema que muchas personas trabajan como dependientes de los turistas, de la llegada de visitantes. Y la llegada de visitantes a su vez depende de que esos atractivos naturales estén en buen estado. Hay interés, también hay ese potencial del ecosistema. Por ejemplo, el ecosistema de manglar tiene un potencial de captura de carbono bastante bueno y digamos que se está analizando ese potencial para poder implementar de pronto alguna medida de carbono azul, por ejemplo, y poder generar también unos bonos de carbono a través de esa captura de CO2 y poderla comercializar en el mercado, generando recursos económicos que den continuidad a la adaptación al cambio climático y a su vez pues mantener ese ecosistema en buen estado, o sea, sería una buena alternativa. En ese estudio participaron bastantes instituciones, bastantes personas de la comunidad y si tienen bastantes problemáticas también, ellos son conscientes de todo esto que ha venido pasando y con esta información pues se suma a esos problemas que ya conocen, pero también se identificaron opciones para actuar. Entonces, creo que ahí hay un potencial para hacer frente al tema.
Thank you, Desiree.
Gracias.
And Karen, yeah, go for it. I was going to jump to you next.
Okay, so yeah, the resilience trends that I mentioned, we actually designed the study to really see. It was a very specific study. So the transects are permanent. So you go to the exact same spot. We chose areas of high coral cover to really see how it's changing over time. And so to see the decline in the resilience trends and then slowly the increase in the resilience trends, like coral cover, obviously, but but the coral recruits, and that's mainly an artifact of you have less macroalgae and actually shorter turf algae. So we were measuring the height of the turf algae even, which is really important, and that was mainly driven by Bob Stenek and Ramon, our former park manager, Ramon de Leon. So to see those trends really is exciting. But also, I mean, Bonaire has this long history of mooring buoys and no spearfishing and protected species. Parrotfish were protected back in 2010 and sharks. And we have a few no fishing zones and a few no diving zones. And now we're working with the wastewater and we're really focused on local awareness, but it's still a small island and we're still, the powers that be are bringing more people, they want more tourism. So just trying to figure out what is sustainable, that's our next big challenge. And instead of going for renewable energy, we're sometimes opting for the easy, quick fix of just building a new fuel pier. So yeah, it's just a continuous struggle. and no matter how pro-environment, your policymakers are, it's still like the CBA that y'all are working on. This is incredible. If it can be delivered to local island policymakers that don't want to read a big report, that just need a one-pager showing how it's going to affect their people, their local fisheries, it can make a difference, but so many times they just don't get this information in a way they can really digest it.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. It was really neat to hear in your longer presentation, just all the things that Bonaire has done, but still a long ways to go, as you mentioned. Jim, I wanted to turn it over to you to be able to answer that question, and then we'll start to get into some of these questions that are rapidly growing in the chat.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on, I guess, like Karen's last point, and just like, in terms of thinking about how to, give decision makers and funders, information with which to really advocate for, increased kind of spending and investment in management, and I guess like financial resources for mitigation efforts on the climate change in these regions. And, that's one of our hopes from the climate vulnerability assessment is that the outputs will be hopefully quite digestible. And while, and I think like some of the comments in the chat that I've been responding to kind of get at the fact that, you know, that an assessment like this is a very kind of broad brush approach. Like it's not a detailed analysis of any particular dimension of climate change, but, you know, and doesn't necessarily kind of dive into any of the specifics, but I think it can be a really useful tool for just like even just raising the profile of climate change as something that we need to be worried about and that we need to be kind of building resilience to now, so that we can really start to even kind of begin to plan for these changes. So yeah, I think it's definitely a challenge to distill some of these really complex things and to be able to, you know, just like not let the perfect be the enemy of the good in terms of like beginning to advocate for action and advocate for, you know, increased resources in these kinds of areas. So yeah, this is something that we're also thinking a lot about and thinking about how to best communicate these results and to also build capacity and build collaborations within communities as well, between scientists, managers, fishermen, in terms of really developing a consensus around climate change impacts that we can then use, you know, for them to be able to work together to build resilience in the future. So, yeah.
Thanks, Gemma. Yeah, and it's hard work, right? As Desiree mentioned, you need to get financing for the research, and then you want to start to talk about financing for the solutions. And education and communication are such huge pieces, but the research is never fully done, right? And neither is the advocacy. Well, thanks everybody. I've got a couple more broad questions, but I'll get into some of these questions from the chat now. This one's from Margot Pestel, and she was asking, for any participants, what do you think about implementing aquacultures of herbivores like urchins or crabs in certain zones to minimize algal development and favor new aquaculture opportunities for small island communities?
Yeah, I just answered in the chat that you know, we've thought about raising the long spine black urchin because it had a die-off many years ago and still isn't even close to the pre-die-off numbers in like 82, 83. But you know, our strategy was just protect the parrotfish, and of course the tangs, the surgeonfish are really important as well. We were lucky because people weren't fishing them already, not intensively. So when we went to protect them, it wasn't a fight. But they, you know, we've shown with many, actually Dr. Stenek and his team did so many studies on the parrotfish. So if you have a pretty healthy parrotfish population, they do the job. If not, yeah, maybe these measures are an alternative.
Thanks, Karen. And go ahead, Lalo.
Oh, just very quick. I'm not an expert on really like using the type of strategies that Margot was suggesting, but I just also typed a question in the chat box. Like really, aquaculture, we just think it's one of the most important climate change adaptation strategies for a number of reasons. You know, I think if they're planned wisely, they can, you know, like help diversify and strengthen local livelihoods. They can, you know, create more jobs, and we see just a big shift in different governments. You know, like really looking for aquaculture as a strategy to lower the pressure on wild-caught fisheries. So I think if the right science is applied and you can reduce other impacts like algae development, then I think, yes, I would really advocate for those type of science-based and community-based solutions that can, you know, like it's a win-win for everyone. So again, I'm not sure about the impacts that those type of biological controls can have, but absolutely, I think aquaculture is a great adaptation strategy.
Thanks, Lalo. Yeah, and I think we noticed it in Gemma's presentation and Desiree's presentation, the importance of diverse livelihoods, right? And Desiree, I'm curious, is there much aquaculture in Tolu? And is there opportunities there? Is that something that's being explored?
No, realmente en Tolú, acuacultura como tal no está desarrollada, no se está dando, de hecho no se mencionó en ninguna de las discusiones. El tema pesquero sí, pero pesquero a nivel costero. Sí, para sobrevivencia, es para autoconsumo, no es una pesca tampoco de gran escala.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we've got a few more questions coming in, but I had a broad question for the group. I think everybody talked about their institution and collaborations were a critical piece of the research and a critical piece of the solutions moving forward. I'm curious, in your eyes, what can institutions like GCFI and others do to help raise awareness about these impacts that are coming from climate change to ecosystems, but also to coastal communities?
Yo puedo, bueno, desde el INVEMAR hemos estado impulsando el tema de la educación a través de cursos, cursos OTGA, son cursos a nivel internacional donde se tocan los temas de cambio climático, adaptación basada en ecosistemas, carbono azul. Se hacen esos enlaces entre los diferentes ecosistemas estratégicos y sus potenciales para mitigar o para adaptar no solo el mismo ecosistema o a la biodiversidad, sino también comunidades y actividades económicas, incluso infraestructura estratégica en las zonas costeras. Digamos que es un ciclo de capacitaciones. En el año se hacen 2 o 3 en temas distintos y se abre la convocatoria para personal en América Latina principalmente y también pues para Estados Unidos, digamos en América, porque pues somos un centro regional y pues estamos acá representando la zona, entonces se hacen esos cursos. También en los diferentes proyectos que desarrollamos, se trata de abrir ese componente de talleres con comunidades, con instituciones, donde se puedan comunicar entre ellos y se pueda dar esa educación, esa pedagogía sobre cambio climático, esos conceptos básicos y sobre todo aterrizarlo a la realidad del país y pues a nivel local también.
If I may, last time we brought several fishers and to GCFI, and I think this is incredible. It's one of the few conferences you can have the research scientists and the managers and the fishers all together. What I I had a personal problem with is the price of the hotels, and I mean it's just incredibly expensive. So, instead of bringing 5 fishers, you can bring 2. And, so that I think could be improved. Like our fishers, 2 people stayed outside of the venue and they couldn't even come into the bar to have a drink with us, so that was kind of this whole all-inclusive, that's a problem. But also maybe all the researchers presenting, you have a translator that translates in a language, but maybe you can have a translator that translates fisher talk or just regular person talk, because, even I sometimes, with all my experience and all my education, I sometimes have a hard time following some talks, not so much at GCFI, but, if we or maybe special sessions where we actually come together to disseminate our findings in a way that most people can understand instead of just scientists. I would love to see that. Like for every person that submits an abstract, they have to submit another abstract that's just for fishers, you know? Yeah, anyhow.
I like it, Karen. I can see next year in the Zoom box, we've got English, Spanish, and Fisher. Lalo, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Bob also shared some comments in the chat box. I think those are really great ideas, but I think, you know, like the role of GCFI in this regional collaboration is key. You know, like we've heard over and over that climate change is going to, you know, produce shifts how fish stocks are moving across the entire world, you know, so that's going to create all these international conflicts over how these stocks will be moving. And we know that the equatorial region will be highly affected by these changes. So I think conversations happening in the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean are very important to start bringing together stakeholders, not just from at a national level, but also from the regional and global level. And so these conversations help us identify who's doing what, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can share knowledge. The CBA study that we conducted, we started thinking just at a national level, but we soon realized that it didn't make sense to have a national level analysis, that you needed to incorporate that regional perspective, because these species are moving all over the Caribbean waters, and they share very, very similar characteristics, not just biological, but also socio-ecological. So GCFI and other regional institutions are key to bring different countries together, have these conversations, share information, use the information that has been already created for some regions, and apply that information to other nations. And this conversation we're having right now, it's amazing to see all the questions and all the work that has been done in the region. So I think regional collaboration is not an option. I think that's the way to move forward, and we just need to continue on that path.
Thanks, Lalo.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I completely agree with everything that everybody said, and the only thing that I would add is that, you know, I think it's really important for us to, you know, as Karen said, speaking a language in a way that is accessible to people, but, you know, also wanting to emphasize the real importance of two-way communication and of listening to the experiences of fishermen and other people with like extensive experience on the waters, because, you know, they are really the local climate experts. They are the first ones who will notice changes in their ecosystem, changes in their catch, you know, whether they're having to travel further. You know, we're getting a lot better at, you know, understanding regional and global climate impacts, but, you know, understanding how the climate is impacting a particular reef system in a local context, and understanding, you know, how fishing grounds might be impacted in this very local way. You know, we don't have the models and often the monitoring capacity to be able to really say in detail what that's looking like and what that might look like in 30 or 50 years. And so, you know, I think like creating a really open dialogue and hosting community listening sessions and building trust and consensus that way, this kind of, yeah, two-way communication and learning systems, I think, is you know, really valuable, and something that organizations like GCFI and others can help to facilitate. And I think this can be a really powerful tool that we have, yeah, in our fight against climate impacts.
Thanks, Gemma. Yeah, and there's been some really great focus and trainings over the last year by a bunch of different organizations talking about, you know, how can you turn the tide on parachute science, where you're not just dropping in on a country or a region, conducting the work and leaving with all the data. I think one thing that GCFI and that family does really well is these are scientists that are rooted in these communities, but there's no doubt there's always an importance to build more capacity to conduct that science, to change that science into action. And Bob highlighted this, GCFI, INVIMAR, CRFM, FAO, all these groups can provide leadership, but also can help build capacity around adaptation. And as we all know, science is such a core component of that adaptation strategy. Bob also pointed out that in the Fisheries for Fishers initiative, those fishers identified climate change as one of their highest priorities. And I think another thing that GCFI does well is the Gladding Memorial Award. Congrats to the 2 winners this year. That is, from my understanding, that's a pretty unique award. You don't see that necessarily in a lot of fisheries. And that's a great way to bring fishers in that can then bring in, their communities into more of the research and the discussions, and truly making this community science as opposed to necessarily parachute science. Well, almost all the questions have come from the chat or myself. I was curious if the panelists had any questions for each other. And if it helps, pretend like, we're having a beer afterwards and you're able to just ask each other, the really wonky scientific questions, or like any other sort of question you would want to ask one-on-one.
I guess one question that it's a pressing question for us. Like we know we're kind of like in a dire situation where everything looks like pretty dark in terms of climate change. So the question is, how do you communicate that feeling to people without creating, like a very pessimistic reaction, but actually like, okay, things can get challenging, more challenging, but how do you communicate that? How do you engage people? How do you actually start working? I mean, we see that every day. We see like these amazing, videos like calling for action. But how do we do that every day in our days? Like we have this climate change data. We have also good news, like Karen was sharing, and I think everybody has good news. So the question is like, how do you move forward with the information that we have? Luckily, I think there's a lot of methodologies that use like a data poor approach, where even with small data, you can accomplish a lot. And that's the case for the CBA process that we presented. With the information that has been published, you can actually create awareness. You can use solutions. You can bring people to the table to have deeper conversations. So the question is like, I think we have enough data, and GCFI again makes those connections easier. But how do you have these conversations with your communities? How do you have these conversations with people that probably are not so conservation or fisheries oriented? I know it's a lot. Probably we just need another conference just to talk about that. But I think that's a very important question. But the good news, I think, we have good science, we have good people, we have good political will in many cases to advance this conversation. But I'm just curious to hear from our attendees and our panelists on how to approach that question.
Yo creo que, bueno, uno siempre para comunicar debería, bueno, además de llevar la información, digamos, las malas noticias, siempre acompañarlas con qué se puede hacer con las buenas noticias. Entonces, ¿cuál es la opción para que pues eso no sea una alarma y no sea un desastre, por decirlo así, sino siempre acompañarlo con la opción que tenemos es esta otra, o construyamos la opción con las experiencias locales, con las experiencias de la investigación. O sea, siempre buscando la solución a manera de que no sea tan catastrófico solo dar malas noticias.
Yeah, great point, Desiree. And, Gemma, as we've started to scope out this recreational fisheries CVA, we already know bonefish and tarpon are not predicted to do well over the next 20, 30, 50 years. So I'm curious, kind of same question to you, coming from like a very scientific approach, what are some of the better ways to, as you have these managers and fishing guides and scientists all around the same table, how do you keep that productive?
Yeah, I think there should be a balance really between, understanding the impacts or potential impacts and, thinking about scenarios. And I think Bob mentioned this in the chat, really trying to lay out, what the alternative futures might look like to help people be prepared, both sort of like with a better understanding of, what the future might hold. And I think that can look bad and that can look challenging. And I think that's, I think that can be a powerful thing to inspire action and to inspire kind of, us to start to think about things like diversifying livelihoods away from those vulnerable species. But I do think it's really important as well to balance that with really trying to empower people to be part of solutions. And I think, the earlier that we can start to understand what these impacts might be, the more time we have to start to think about how we can buffer these systems against some of the worst impacts, how we can strengthen fisheries management to build healthier stocks that are more resilient to climate change in the long term, or potentially, using on the ground conservation restoration actions to improve coral reef health or health of mangroves and other things like that, which are really important for some of the species that we care about. So I think, I agree that some of this can feel like doom and gloom. And I think, that's not a position that we all want to be in. We want to inspire action, and we want to inspire people to, feel empowered to be part of the change. And I think the only way we can really do that is by being inclusive, by getting, everybody around the table, including managers, including fishers, including, communities as well, so that people don't feel like some of these things, sort of changes in management directives are coming from above, but that whole communities feel, I guess, empowered to be part of solutions. And I think, it's just a balancing act. And I think the only way we can get around that is just by better communication, better collaboration, and better, trust between, these different elements of these complex social ecological fisheries systems. Yeah, it's a hard one, but.
Go ahead, Karen. Would love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love these ideas, and I completely agree with the panelists that I really think these models, these socioeconomic models in the end, can hopefully convince people and governments, when they see it's going to affect them and their standard of living, their paycheck at the end of the month. I think that's when people act. I mean, look how we've come together as a world community with COVID. I mean, I would never, ever have imagined that we could fight this threat so well and so quickly and suffer so hard economically. So is it going to come to that? Maybe it will. I mean, I think we will find a solution, but hopefully it doesn't come to that, before our governments and our people are inspired to really act quickly.
Yeah, great points, Karen, and a little bit of glimmer for hope, right? I think when we talk about communications, visuals are so important, and if you can get people out on the water to see the changes or develop that sense of place and fall in love with the areas that you're talking about, that really creates that psychological connection. I also think maps are a great way, right? Like as kids, we love maps. As adults, we still love them. And Desiree, one thing you did really well in your presentation were those maps. I've never been to Tolu, but I feel like I've visited now and I see what areas are at risk, especially when you see the red, green, and yellow. Those are really strong communications for local decision makers. And it's one thing to talk about, you know, an entire country or an entire sea or ocean, but when you start to drill down into here are the neighborhoods or here are the communities, those messages carry a lot of weight, because those are, as you said, Karen, those are people's lives, right? It's not just abstract, it's how does it impact people. Any other questions folks want to ask each other? While people are thinking about it, I want to dig in a little bit more on what Desiree mentioned, you know, this idea of blue bonds and blue carbon and what seems like a win-win-win, right? You're protecting the habitats that sequester carbon, but you're also protecting the habitats that promote resilience in the local ecosystem. And hopefully there's also some financial compensation for that. You're asking people to save some of the ecosystems that they might need to access for, you know, for farming or for building homes. There's a lot of trade-offs in those costs. So I'd be curious to anybody on the panel, you know, what progress and opportunities they see around you know, blue bonds and financing. I know there's been a really long chat in the app around financing timelines and how can you bring in some more of these international funds for protection and for compensation of especially a lot of the communities that are on the front line of climate change.
Yo quisiera comentar, a mí me agrada el tema de carbono azul, no solo porque es un gana-gana o porque puede obtenerse financiación, sino que es un tema que obliga a incluir a las comunidades. O sea, no se puede trabajar carbono azul sin las comunidades. Eso es parte de los requisitos para poder certificar un proyecto en este tema. Entonces, es una construcción real, porque las comunidades son quienes aportan la solución, digamos, acompañado con esa información técnica también, pero ellos aportan mucho sobre cómo conservar, porque conocen el ecosistema, conocen, como ya se ha mencionado a lo largo del panel, la dinámica de la actividad, la dinámica de la pesquería, la dinámica natural, y es más fácil para ellos identificar esa manera de conservar. Entonces, acuerdos entre las comunidades y acuerdos entre las instituciones, entre aquellas instituciones que impulsan un proyecto de carbono azul, es muy bueno, es muy enriquecedor, es integral. Entonces, hay cobeneficios. Se conserva el ecosistema, se conserva la producción, digamos, pesquera, la producción de todos los servicios ecosistémicos que pueden estarse presentando, y las mismas comunidades pueden seguir aprovechando sosteniblemente el área para su sustento personal, para su sustento familiar. Entonces, sí me gusta, por eso me llama bastante la atención, porque es muy integral y además, bueno, la certificación no es nada fácil, eso sí hay que dejarlo claro. Es un tema bastante largo, complejo, se necesitan apoyos también económicos para lograr esa certificación, un buen apoyo institucional, buen compromiso de las comunidades y que las mismas comunidades también estén organizadas para poder sacar un proyecto de estos. Pero cuando se logra, es muy bueno. Aquí en Colombia tenemos un ejemplo, un ejercicio de carbono azul en otra área también del Caribe colombiano, que se llama el Distrito de Manejo Integral Cispatá. Es una bahía, es un área protegida y se logró hacer un trabajo con esas comunidades de allí. Se logró certificar el área, se hicieron acuerdos para lograr una pesca sostenible, para lograr extracción de manglar, porque ellos hacen tala de manglar, pero entonces lo hacen de manera, o sea, no intervienen todo el ecosistema, sino en ciertas áreas, durante cierto tiempo se deja descansar y pasan a otra área, entonces a modo de que no se consuma y no se degrade todo. Entonces, y sí se lograron emitir estos bonos, todavía se está en proceso, aún no se ha hecho la comercialización, pues no se ha finiquitado, pero ha sido un proceso muy bueno y de mucho aprendizaje. Entonces, sí sería una muy buena opción integral.
Thanks, Desiree. Yeah, I think when we hear about blue bonds, we've all read about them and we're excited, but they seem a little bit like black magic. There's a lot of mystery around how they, how they can be pursued, financed. So that's helpful. Lalo.
Thanks, Desiree. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of great things about blue carbon. In my former life, before working with fisheries, I used to work a lot with shade-grown coffee in Southeast Mexico, and we're like very similar approaches to blue carbon. That there's a lot of great practices in terrestrial ecosystems on how to implement these kind of like similar approaches. I think, unfortunately, in the oceans, there's like a delay on new practices and these new innovative approaches that have been used for many years in terrestrial ecosystems. So I think we can look back to similar approaches that have been applied to terrestrial ecosystems, learned what worked, what didn't work. We have all these REDD+ and REDD++ and REDD+++ initiatives happening in terrestrial ecosystems that are actually working really well, and coffee. I think coffee it's a great model to replicate. I'm not saying coffee and coral reefs are similar, but the community approach, the international approach, the certificate approach, there's a lot of things to learn from, and I think that's already happening. The good news, I think it's working for terrestrial ecosystems. There's a long way to walk for marine ecosystems, but I agree with Desiree. I think it's doable. It's something we all want, and the community-based basis of those type of models, I think that's the key to success. So yeah, we need a lot to learn and good lessons, and some not very good lessons from those type of approaches.
Thanks, Lalo. Well, I know we're getting towards the end here, and there's some great sessions following this one. I wanted to remind everybody, you can watch each of these presenters' full videos in the app. I wanted to say thank you to Vivian and Sylvia. You have been tremendous again. Every time I hear your translation, I feel like I'm part of the UN on the world stage. So thank you. I want to say thank you to the panelists and all the attendees. And also thanks to GCFI for hosting another great conference this year. I've attended several online conferences the last year and a half and was a bit burnout. But I think this is the best one I've attended online. The app has been great. Fadila, your facilitation has been great. And I think we all look forward to the day when we can get back together again. So thanks everybody, and have a great rest of the day.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you, Sep, and thank you again to all our panelists.
Gracias a todos.
In our climate change session. It was a really interesting session, seeing the perspectives from fisheries, from coral reefs, and sort of overall. So thank you again to Sep and all our panelists today for bringing that together into a very interesting, important, and exciting conversation. We're just about to get started with our last technical session of the week, which is quite amazing that it's flown by so quickly. We're going to finish off the technical portion of GCFI 74 with our session on marine litter. So I'm going to invite all of our panelists for marine litter to sort of join us now, and also our moderator, Chris Corbin, to join us. And again, thank you to all our panelists in the climate change session. And for anyone now joining us, you can use, you can access the interpretation in the bottom panel of your screen. We have English and Spanish live interpretation. And we also encourage our presenters, if you speak English or Spanish, to use your native language when presenting. So thank you again, and I invite our marine litter panelists and moderators to join us now. We have Ariana down. Cool. And before I hand over to Chris Corbin from UNEP's Caribbean Environment Program, I would first like to talk a little bit about the marine litter session. And it's being hosted by the Global Partnership on Marine Litter, and the Caribbean node of this is actually co-hosted by GCFI and UNEP's Caribbean Environment Program. So we refer to it as GPML Carib, and it's a partnership for national and regional organizations, governments, research and technical agencies, as well as individuals that work together to reduce the quality and impact of marine litter in coastal zones of the wider Caribbean region. And the node has been in existence for a little bit over 5 years now. And since then, it has been involved in several marine litter activities within the region related to reduction, management, education, communication. And before we get started with the session, I thought it would be interesting for you to know from the GCFI perspective, what GCFI is doing with regards to this very pertinent issue. So some of the activities that we've completed so far included sort of a greening of carnival and other cultural and sporting events in the Caribbean. We also were involved in investigating the link between marine litter and mosquito-borne diseases. And I will add that what GPML Carib does is that it sort of facilitates work. So a lot of these programs and activities I'm referring to have utilized different organizations and partners within the Caribbean for implementation. And we sort of connect donors with those on the ground to implement. We also investigated the incidence of microplastics in commercially important fish in Grenada, as well as something that we've been working on for a couple of years has been developing a harmonized approach to marine litter monitoring in the Caribbean. And this is with our colleagues at Clean Coast Bonaire. And this is very important to really understand the incidence of marine litter in the Caribbean. And if everyone is using different methods to monitor, it won't really be comparable. So this harmonized approach has been really effective, and this has now been expanded to create an action plan. And we've also developed a regional marine litter management strategy for the wider Caribbean region. And a lot of these summary reports are available on the GCFI website as well as the GPML Carib website. So if you are interested, you could pop a comment in the chat and we can share some more information for you. And we've also been partnering, we've partnered with research universities or research institutes, but we've also partnered with the private sector, such as the Sandals Foundation, and looking at ways to reduce solid waste in the region, as well as with the Punta Cana Foundation as well. And we've also been working with our fishers. So we've capitalize on the Gladden Memorial Award winners. And we've been looking at reducing fishing gear loss into the marine environment within the region. And this work has been supported by the Government of Canada. So there are lots of exciting things happening within GCFI and the Caribbean node. And we'd be happy to share more of this with you. So Chris, after that little plug, I think it's, I'll hand over to you and you can introduce the panelists. And throughout the discussions, you can always call on Bob or I to jump in at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fadila. Warm good morning. It might be good afternoon in a few places. This is the session on science management and solutions to address marine litter in the wider Caribbean region. And really, thank you so much, Fadila, for that context, because it saves me having to say any more about it. My name is Chris Corbin. I'm a program manager with the UNEP Cartagena Convention Secretariat and Caribbean Environment Program based in Kingston, Jamaica. I'm responsible essentially for all things marine litter and waste related. And the other half of the Caribbean regional node on marine litter, which is so ably led by the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute. So I've seen this session grow over the years, and it certainly is a pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists this morning. What I would like to do is perhaps just introduce everyone, and then we're going to go through all of the presentations, and then we really have an opportunity to respond to some of the questions and answers you have already made, as well as just to have a general discussion about this issue and how we can move forward. The first panelist is Dr. LaDonna Kanhai, who I know I probably owe about 1 or 2 dinners. That's a little private exchange I need to have with her, but she's a Trinidadian marine scientist that is presently based at the Department of Life Sciences at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus in Trinidad and Tobago. Her PhD research was focused on microplastics abundance, distribution, and composition in the Atlantic and Arctic oceans. She has been also involved in various publications, including one looking at plastic pollution in the Caribbean large marine ecosystem, status and future perspectives. And maybe just to add, which she didn't mention, one of the persons who were able to participate in the recent expedition of all-female scientists through the Caribbean, looking at the issue of marine litter and plastics. Our second panelist is Dalia Aldana Aranda. Dalia first joined the GCFI board over 25 years ago and was the first female chair of GCFI in 2005. Her scientific research has focused on the effect of climate change on the reproduction and calcification of marine organisms, as well as microplastic contamination in the Caribbean. And I must say that for myself, recently a sort of bona fide member of GCFI and also a member of the board, Dalia was the first person I saw making presentations about microplastics at a GCFI conference and gave me hope that we could in fact connect plastics, microplastics pollution, and marine biodiversity. Our third panelist is Joel Baziuk, who is the Associate Director for the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, GGI, a collective impact alliance managed by Ocean Conservancy and dedicated to addressing abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear. Particularly, his presentation is going to focus on abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear in the Caribbean, a regional approach. And I think this collection of panelists really touches on all aspects of the issue of marine litter, from land-based sources to marine-based sources to pure research. Tricia Lovell is currently pursuing a PhD at the World Maritime University. Tricia is, and I just lost Tricia's background here, so give me a couple of seconds, let me get it back. Her area of research is focusing on understanding the challenges of abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear within the context of small-scale fisheries in the Eastern Caribbean. Presentation will be focusing specifically on looking at what are some of the policy and legislative gaps. And finally, we have Erin Kimack, who is the founder and project coordinator of the Caribbean FAD tracking project. And I think my fisheries people, that stands for Fishing Aggregating Devices, if I'm not mistaken, yes, in the Atlantic Ocean and Greater Caribbean region. And he will be looking at the distribution, composition, and management of drifting FADs in the North Atlantic Ocean. So it really gives me great pleasure to welcome all the panelists and looking forward so much to your presentations and our discussion which follows. So, LaDana, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you and to give you the floor.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Chris, for that introduction. So good morning to everybody. So the United Nations has declared a decade of ocean science. And within this decade of ocean science for sustainable development, one of the priority areas is a clean ocean, where the focus really is on the identification, the quantification, the reduction, and the removal of pollutants from the ocean. But I think if we are to succeed in this present decade, we must build upon the research that has gone in the decades preceding this one. And that really is the context in which we set about to do our study. We wanted to have a clear understanding about the status of knowledge as it relates to marine debris and marine litter and microplastics in the Caribbean large marine ecosystem. And to do this, of course, what we did was that we utilized 13 different databases, we used specific keywords, and we tried to find all the peer-reviewed published studies on these two issues. Now, why did we do this? We did this because it's really important to understand what we already know. It's important to understand what the knowledge gaps are. And then using these two pieces of information, we can then prioritize future research in this present decade. So what did we find? If you look at, if we first start to talk about the distribution of marine litter and microplastics in the Caribbean large marine ecosystem, what we found generally was that there was a more intense focus on the issue of marine litter as it related to the CLME region. There was less focus on the issue of microplastics. And to some extent, this is understandable. When we look at ecosystems, the majority of the attention thus far has been focused on beaches. So there's been considerably less attention focused on mangroves, seagrasses, coral reefs, and even the deep sea. In terms of, regionally, what we saw was that there was a disparity in terms of data availability. So for some countries, for instance, and I use the example of Colombia, that country had data on marine litter and microplastics for multiple environmental compartments. But the same could not be said for all of the other countries. They were simply not there as yet. Now, you might say, okay, well, this is not the complete picture as it relates to marine debris or marine litter in the region. And you would be quite right, because within our region, what has been happening since 1991 to now is that countries all across our region have been participating in the international coastal cleanup events. And it means to say that based on that ICC event that takes place at least once a year, many countries have long-term data sets as it relates to the issue of marine litter, generally on beaches and to some extent in submerged debris as well. So that really highlights the importance of these citizen science-led events if we are to take this regional approach. So that's, in a nutshell, what we found as it relates to the distribution. Now, in terms of the sources of plastic debris in the marine environment, the majority of the studies were reporting that plastic debris was originating from land-based sources, okay? Rivers were the most important transport route. So if you had mismanaged waste on land, rivers were definitely responsible for transporting that waste to the marine environment. When you got into the marine environment now, we've got the operation of currents. So we know that oceanic currents are responsible for transporting this plastic debris into our region within our region and then out of our region. So what we're really dealing with here is a trans-boundary issue, okay? If we talk about fate for a minute, you would realize that beaches are not the ultimate sink for plastic debris. So plastic debris can actually enter mangrove swamps, they can enter coral reefs, they can even make it to the deep sea. So that's something that's very important for us. What we also wanted to find out is, do we have evidence in our region that tells us that plastic debris is having an effect on biodiversity? And yes, we do have evidence that indicates that plastic debris has a biological effect, it has a chemical effect, it has an ecological effect, and also a physical effect on biodiversity. Not only does plastic debris pose a threat to biodiversity, but it also poses a threat to many of the sectors that we as humans depend upon, okay? So what we've really seen, what the data tells us is that, look, we've got legacy plastic debris present within the Caribbean large marine ecosystem. This is a trans-boundary issue, and also we know that this plastic debris can pose a threat to biodiversity. And all of these reasons means that we cannot carry on with business as usual. We must take action, and that action needs to be at the national level, at the regional level, and also at the international level. So I will end here, and I'll be quite happy to take your questions in the discussion segment. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, LaDonna. What I would ask as our visitors, our participants reflect on the presentations, I encourage you to use both the question and answer and use the comments chat so that we can compile the questions as much as possible at the end so that we can have a really useful exchange of ideas and experiences. There are a couple of things that LaDonna made mention to that I just want to just highlight so that it can trigger your own process. How do we raise that profile about creating greater awareness of the impacts of plastic and microplastic, particularly on our coastal and marine resources? The whole question about the lack of data. This is something that we've heard from many of the presenters so far during even this week. How do we get our research and academic institutions to be more involved in generating data? How could we better use citizen science? And really, how can we approach this in a more integrated manner? So those are some of the ideas and some of the issues that LaDonna has raised, and I look forward to the questions and answers after that. I would now like to immediately invite Dalila, who has been a bit of a champion on microplastic research in the region. So Dalila, please, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Chris, por tu introducción y por tus cálidas palabras. Me da mucho gusto estar en esta sesión, compartir esta sesión con mis colegas. Yo me voy a presentar. Soy Dalila Aldana Aranda, soy investigadora del Centro de Investigación y Estudios Avanzados del Politécnico, Sinvestap. Y en este trabajo, el objetivo fue analizar la información publicada en el Caribe con el tema de microplásticos. A través de diferentes buscadores, ver qué se tenía publicado, o sea, el estado de arte del conocimiento de los microplásticos, la contaminación de ellos en el Mar Caribe. Y hacer un análisis de la información obtenida por especies, por ecosistemas, por hábitat, por países. ¿Qué fue lo que encontramos? En primer lugar, logramos rastrear 42 publicaciones que están en línea, que son literatura indexada es accesible. Del análisis de ellos nos dimos cuenta que la primera publicación que aparece en el tema de microplásticos en el Caribe es del 2014. Es un tema reciente en nuestra región y para nuestras instituciones. El 90% de las publicaciones en este binomio de palabras microplásticos Caribe ha sido en el año 2019 y 2020, con un aumento muy significativo. Esto quiere decir que es un tema de mucha actualidad en nuestra región y que nos ha interesado trabajar en este tema. La segunda conclusión es de que el 70% de este conocimiento ha sido, como lo señala Dani, principalmente microplásticos en las playas. Y esto se entiende en parte por la facilidad de muestreo. Todos podemos ir a una playa y tomar una muestra de arena y posteriormente ver qué cantidad de microplásticos hay en ellos. Solamente el 15% ha sido realizado en alguna especie marina de nuestro Caribe. Y las especies que han sido más utilizadas son los peces, algunos peces, entre ellos los lutjánidos. Nosotros que hemos trabajado con el caracol y prácticamente a eso se reduce. Muy poca información de los microplásticos en el sedimento marino, ¿sí?, y en el agua. Por ecosistemas, casi nada en el arrecife, casi nada en el manglar o en los pastos marinos. También analizamos la contribución de este conocimiento por países en el Caribe y prácticamente vimos que el 40% de nuestros 37 países que integran el Caribe tienen al menos una contribución en este tema, pero más del 60% no ha incorporado estos trabajos en su región. También analizamos cuántos de ellos miden con algún indicador el impacto en el ecosistema o en la especie marina estudiada. Y nos dimos cuenta que prácticamente el 90% de los trabajos son descriptivos, sobre la cuantificación, es decir, cuántos microplásticos encuentro por kilómetro de playa, por gramo de arena, por gramo de pez, por mililitro de agua, y se acabó. Está bien, es un buen inicio, pero necesitamos pasar al otro nivel, es qué impacto están causando en el ecosistema, en el medio o en la especie marina. Y aquí viene la fortaleza de nuestra región, la fortaleza del GCFI, entre otros, la fortaleza de Naciones Unidas, del programa que está capitaneando Cris Fadila, ¿sí? Una colaboración entre países, una colaboración entre colegas que tenemos que llevar a cabo de nuestras diferentes disciplinas. En el caso nuestro tenemos una colaboración con diferentes países. Esto fue lo que realizamos con el caracol rosa, utilizándolo como indicador de la contaminación marina por microplásticos en el Caribe, con una participación de 10 países, y está por salir esa publicación. La otra fortaleza que hemos tenido es la de asociar métodos no invasivos que nos están permitiendo trabajar con especies emblemáticas del Caribe y que no se pueden ni se deben sacrificar, como son las tortugas. Estamos trabajando ya con ellas, algunas especies de tiburón, Y hemos vinculado también nuestro trabajo de microplásticos con el sargazo. Estas son, en resumen, lo que hemos hecho, tanto a título de colaboraciones BI como en el contexto del Caribe. Esta información fue financiada por el Caribbean Fisheries Management Council y todos los accesos a estas ligas, es decir, el estado de arte que tenemos ahorita en el Caribe sobre el tema de microplásticos, va a estar disponible para que sea más fácil su consulta. Muchas gracias, Chris.
Thank you so much, Dalila, and thank you for reinforcing some points that LaDonna started to raise, the significant challenge of capacity in doing microplastics work, especially if it's not focusing on beaches, the importance of the regional transboundary impacts. You mentioned how the numbers of plastics that are being recorded based on different countries in the region. And I think also very importantly, the link with the industries such as fishing and the fishery sector. And we will have some presentations that look at that. So perhaps this whole issue of training, capacity building, transfer of best practices, a lot of what is being done, for example, through the GCFI annual conference and exhibition, how can we perhaps build on that in the future? Might be some useful points we could consider discussing later. So again, I encourage people, please keep your comments and your questions going. We just want to keep the flow because we found these presentations so much complemented one another that we didn't want to interrupt the discussions and just have a good solid discussion at the end. So then it gives me pleasure in introducing and inviting Joel to take the floor and present. Thank you so much.
Chris?
I was just checking for Delia if he is there. Yes, I suddenly I'm looking at my participant list now and I'm noting that he perhaps is not here, is he?
I think I'll send Joel a message now and we can move on to the next speaker and then Joel can join us after.
Okay, perfect. So Trisha, that means you're up next. It's really good to see you again. It's been a while and great to hear about your PhD research. That's really wonderful news. So yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chris. I may pause my video because there is some bandwidth issue, but I just decided to show my face for the start of my presentation. As Chris has indicated, my name is Trisha Lovell, and I am a PhD candidate at the Global Oceans Institute of the Royal Maritime University in Sweden. My ongoing research is funded by the Nippon Foundation under the Closing the Circle program, which focuses on sargassum, marine litter, and marine spatial planning in the Eastern Caribbean. The overall title of my research will be looking at the challenge of abandoned, lost, and otherwise discarded gear within the context of small-scale fisheries of the Eastern Caribbean, understanding challenges and defining solutions. And at the core of the research, I will be seeking to understand the current scope and scale of the issue of derelict gear within these fisheries of the OECS member states and Barbados, and also the factors that contribute to this. But ultimately, I will be looking at the issue of governance of this challenge. And in doing so, I decided to try and focus on what the current state of the policy and legislative regime landscape for managing the threat within these states that are part of the review. And in doing so, I did a gap analysis. I focused on doing a gap analysis because in my view, it gives an opportunity to take stock of where we are and how far we need to go in terms of managing the threat in the context of a best practice approach. And what I have found is that while regionally there is definitely still a clear need to bring the issue of derelict fishing gear into sharper focus, many of the initiatives and programs that have been developed within the region have largely focused and concentrated on the management of land-based solutions, land-based sources of marine debris, which is not surprising given what has been said already, that a lot of the sources, most of the source of marine debris is from land-based sources. However, this is not to say, or it has been shown through research that derelict fishing gear also does pose a threat to both wildlife and marine ecosystems within the Caribbean and beyond. In undertaking the gap analysis, I looked both at fisheries legislation as well as wider marine pollution legislation within the countries and territories that were part of the review. In undertaking the analysis, I also tried to set a benchmark based on best practices that have been proposed by international policy, regional initiatives such as the Caribbean Environmental Program and regional fisheries bodies. The fisheries laws that were reviewed were obviously quite variable. However, this is not surprising because of the variability within the fisheries themselves. Despite this, the provisions, when compared to the benchmark that was set, remained quite weak overall. So for instance, in the issue of gear marking requirements, as one example, they were often only applicable to one or two types of gear within the countries that were considered. Traceability provisions, for instance, were also relatively weak and often only applied to the deployment of fads. Mesh size restrictions is generally been one of the more universally applied fisheries management measures within the fisheries laws that were reviewed. And these generally apply to traps and nets, but they were observed, and they were, as I said, were observed in quite a few of the laws that I looked at. However, few of the legislation included things like length restrictions for nets or time restrictions on the deployment of nets, both of which could help to reduce the likelihood of gear becoming derelict or can help in mitigating the impact of derelict gear. In terms of the laws that looked at managing the discard of waste in the marine environment, these were also found to be relatively weak. And for those pieces of legislation that held relevance to managing the discard of gear, the provisions were generally restricted to prohibiting the dumping of plastics, to include nets and ropes, as in the case of St. Kitts and Nevis Marine Pollution Act or Antigua and Barbuda's Environmental Protection and Management Act. Some laws expressly prohibited the release of pollutants or litter, but did not define what those pollutants or litter were and did not expressly speak about derelict gear. Few of the laws included requirements for reporting on lost or discarded gear, with the exception of the UK's merchant shipping regulations, which applies to the British overseas territories. Overall, it is my view that the legislative framework relevant to the management of derelict gear within OACS and Barbados needs to be strengthened, and this is despite what has become almost universal knowledge that the region's marine debris largely originates from land, but as I have indicated before, it has been demonstrated through research that derelict gear does in fact result from small-scale fisheries in the region and has the potential to harm both wildlife and ecosystems. So that's basically a brief synopsis of my work, and I invite everybody to, of course, look at the broader presentation. And thank you again to the GCFI for giving me this opportunity, and to the Nippon Foundation for supporting my work.
Thank you so much, Tricia, and thanks really for highlighting something which I agree with you, I think is somewhat overlooked. As much as we talk about maybe 70 to 80% of plastics and marine litter coming from land-based sources, it does mean that 20 to 30% come from marine-based sources, which is significant. And as you mentioned, we've also seen the studies that indicate that in terms of overall negative impact, and perhaps that might be touched upon again upon later, the impact that abandoned, discarded, and lost fishing gear have on coastal and marine resources, on fisheries, can be very, very significant. The points that you raised about even when there is legislation, the fact that a lot of it is not specific on the issue of abandoned, discarded, and lost fishing gear. In some cases, it's not specific about different types of pollutants, and how you manage that is something that is also very key. And we are also happy that a university like the World Maritime University is starting to consider issues such as microplastics, plastics, as well as sargassum. And in fact, putting a plug, I don't have the link here, but I know that they are organizing an upcoming event where they have asked us as the Secretariat to share what are some of the ongoing activities and research on marine spatial planning, sargassum, and plastic. So thank you so much for that presentation. And I would now like to turn the floor over to Erin as we continue in this sort of marine-based sources, and looking now at the issue of derelict fish aggregating devices. So Erin, over to you.
Chris, thank you very much. And thank you, of course, to Fadila and GCFI for having me. My name is Erin Kimmick, and I'm the founder and the project coordinator, as well as data coordinator, intern, social media coordinator, a little bit of everything, of the Caribbean Fad Tracking Project, a citizen science research endeavor where we're dedicated to documenting and mapping derelict drifting fish aggregating devices, or DFADs, in the Atlantic Ocean and adjacent seas, in particular the Greater Caribbean region. So as we all know, some of the best fishing in the Caribbean is done off piers or off floating objects such as navigational buoys, because countless species of fish seek areas of high rugosity, likely attracted to that shelter that it can provide. And drifting fads function in the same manner, as they have a floating platform and subsurface curtain that hangs in the water column, a common example of which can be seen in the image on the left of this screen. And vessels commonly deploy up to 300 of these fads simultaneously, but because of their passive and their drifting nature, they're often lost or abandoned for any variety of reasons and are left to drift unmonitored, where they pose a number of risks that are common with ALDFG, including, of course, environmental damage, the introduction of micro and macro plastics, posing as a navigational hazard, and megafauna entanglement. But despite all these risks, there's currently very limited management efforts in place, and the majority of these are imposed by organizations such as Tuna Regional Fisheries Management Organizations. In the case of the Atlantic and Caribbean, that's ICAT, or the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tuna. And these deal with such aspects as FAD deployment limits, reporting requirements, time area closures, and some construction requirements. But despite these mandates, there's very limited industry transparency or accountability, and attributing ownership and the responsibility of derelict fads and the risk that they impose remains a challenge. So the Caribbean Fad Tracking Project, is attempting to address this by studying the beaching location, the construction, and the compliance of derelict fads in the North Atlantic and Caribbean in an attempt to trace ownership and identify the shortcomings of current management efforts to better inform TRFMOs of best practices. So to date, as of this morning, actually, we've documented the true beaching location of 311 fads, which are thought to account for less than 7% of derelict fads that beach annually in the Atlantic. And 22% of these were reported in United States state and national parks, as well as various international conservation regions and various MPAs in which commercial fishing is restricted, if not outright prohibited. And these locations can be seen in the map on the right of the screen, with beaching events seen as yellow dots and various protected regions represented by green, blue, and orange polygons, and prevailing currents, of course, seen by the arrows. And over 72% of all of these fad rafts were composed primarily of synthetic materials such as polyethylene terephthalate, styrofoam, and polyvinyl chloride plastics, all having lifespans of hundreds of years in marine environments. And we've also determined the compliance of 300 of these fads through the analysis of photographs that were sent to us at the time of reporting. And 46% of these were non-compliant with mandates that state that fad markings must be legible and fads may not have a cover or a curtain composed of netting. So while we're kind of in the starting point, I suppose you could say, of just data collection and trying to establish a wide network of citizen scientists that are reporting to us, we're going to continue to document these derelict fad beaching events and use these findings to advise the tropical tuna purse seine industry as to best practices to help mitigate the effects of derelict fads on the shores of the Atlantic and the Caribbean, with the goal of hopefully expanding to a global scale down the road. So thank you again to Chris and Fadila, of course. And I'm going to be turning it back over now to Chris. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Erin. And I remember being in St. Lucia and discussing with our fisheries people about how useful these pads were and how we needed to put pads everywhere, and perhaps never even thinking that at one time we would need to be able to track them. And in this case, if they do become loose and become a problem in terms of marine litter, then something we need to address. Thank you. I noticed Joel has joined us, and this is, I would say, one of the newer partnerships that have been facilitated through the Regional Marine Litter Node, one that I quite happily have GCFI taking the lead on, given the heavy focus again on fisheries and fishing gear. So Joel, it gives me great pleasure. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chris. I really appreciate that introduction, and thank you to the other speakers as well. Yeah, so some of this will be a little bit of review given who's already spoken today, but I will stick to the script for the sake of translation. Ghost gear is the common name for abandoned, lost, discarded fishing gear. Being purposely designed to capture marine life, ghost gear is pound for pound the most harmful form of marine debris. Hosted by Ocean Conservancy, the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, which I represent, is the only cross-sectoral alliance committed to driving solutions to ghost gear around the world. The GGI currently has 125 member organizations across various sectors, including the fishing industry, seafood businesses and retailers, NGOs, and academia. We also have the support of 18 member governments around the world and 4 high-level global affiliates, making GGI the largest and most diverse cross-sectoral alliance dedicated to solving this critical challenge. We aim to improve the health of marine ecosystems, protect marine life from harm, and safeguard human health and livelihoods through prevention, mitigation, and remediation, or targeted removal strategies. So we at the GGI understand no fisher ever wants to lose their gear. However, fishing gear can be lost for many reasons during normal fishing operations, such as snags beneath the surface, rough weather, other marine traffic unintentionally running over buoys. They're all common reasons for gear loss. To address this issue in the Caribbean specifically, the GGI has been attending Caribbean Regional Fishing Mechanism, or CRFM, meetings as an observer since 2018, when we first started developing a project in the region. The project is multifaceted. It includes trialing 2 different gear marking technologies in Jamaica as a means to prevent lost gear, primarily looking at spiny lobster traps. Gathering data on gear loss rates in Caribbean fisheries via fisher surveys in Belize, Grenada, and Jamaica, and developing a predictive model focused on where and how gear is most likely lost. Assessing end-of-life gear reception facilities in ports, unmanned aerial vehicle or UAV surveys of nearshore areas in Jamaica to determine the presence of gear and inform an ongoing artificial intelligence program to detect gear in similar environments. A series of ghost gear workshops to facilitate reciprocal learning with fishers and find effective local solutions, 2 of which were held virtually for fishers in Belize and Jamaica earlier this summer, as well as another virtual workshop next week with the GCFI. The presentation we uploaded to the WOVA portal goes over all these pieces in more detail. So I paused there, but just say that the GGI plans to build on these pieces and potentially expand this work to other Caribbean states in 2022 and beyond. So delighted to be here today and to sit on this panel. Thank you again to the GCFI for hosting this and making this happen. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Pass it back to you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Joel. And I really want to thank all of the presenters who gave us enough information to be able to stimulate this discussion. We do realize that, you know, there's a lot more information in your papers and your full presentation. I do encourage everyone to review those. The WOVA platform will continue to facilitate exchanges and questions and networking, and I really do encourage everyone to do that. I want to thank the persons who have been putting in some questions and some comments. We also had a few that had been put on the WOVA platform, and I also had some prepared questions, but I'm going to really start off with some of those that have been coming from the audience. And the first one really touches upon, I think, all of the presentations, that generally there seems to be a lack of comprehensive data and information relating to sources, impacts, in some cases, leakage points, specifically on microplastics, which was the question asked. But I think this also applies to plastics in general, including abandoned, discarded, and lost fishing gear. So the question to all of the participants who want to, all of the panelists who want to weigh in, what are some of the limitations that you think we have in the region to address this issue, this research gap, this data gap, this information gap, and perhaps what could we be doing collectively, including organizations like UNEP and GCFI and the network that we have, to address this gap and challenge? So the floor is open for any of the panelists. Maybe LaDonna, I can start with you, having been involved in collating data through the region. What were some of the recurring decimals that you found?
Yeah, thanks, Chris, for that. So yeah, I think we definitely, if we look at our region, we have data, but there are many areas in which, we need to beef up the data availability. If anybody attended Professor Richard Robertson's professorial lecture yesterday, he spoke about the fact that we live in a region where we have limited resources. And that means that there are multiple issues that governments have to deal with at the same time. So plastic pollution is just one of those issues. And sometimes it may fall lower on the priority list as opposed to other issues. What I think we need to do is that we need to connect the issue of plastic pollution to some of those other issues that are also very important at this point in time. So when you think of climate change, for instance, is there a link between plastic pollution and climate change? Yes, there is, because if we've got plastic debris in the marine environment, it means to say that plastic debris we have evidence from other regions that it is going to affect our blue carbon ecosystems. So we've got to make that link to the people in power to say, look, when we think about plastic pollution, it's not just, a minor issue. It's linked to this bigger issue of climate change as well. So I think that's one of the key things, so that's something that we can do. The person in the chat, they talked about, why is it that we don't have a lot of studies on microplastics? And I think when we look at the issue of marine litter, it's easier. I'm not saying it's easy. It's easier to go out on a beach and to be able to identify marine litter, categorize it, come back to the lab, that sort of thing. When you're doing microplastics work, however, you're taking a sample, you're bringing it back into the lab, you're processing that sample, you are visually identifying, but what you also need to do, and Dalila spoke about it as well, we've got to identify the polymer types. You need some sort of analytical technique to be able to do that. As far as I know, in many countries, we do not have, let's say, there are lots of different analytical techniques, but one of them, which I've used before, is the Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. So if we don't have that piece of equipment available, it means to say that we're stuck at that stage of just saying potential microplastics, if you understand what I mean. But we could be overestimating the concentrations of microplastics if we stop at that visual ID stage. So in terms of why is there, a less focus on the issue of microplastics, resources. I think that's definitely something. When we are also thinking about, you know, we all, Dalila and I spoke about the fact that there's this intense focus on beaches. Why do we not have data for those other ecosystems? From the time you move off the beaches and you head off into seagrasses, coral reefs, the deep sea, you're talking about money, you're talking about access. You need somebody to snorkel, you need somebody to scuba dive. For the deep sea, you need remotely operated vehicles. So I wish, my wish is that there would be some sort of Caribbean expedition where we can get all of, you know, so that's my hope spot if anybody is listening, you know, we need that sort of, you know, investment in these sort of types of research. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, LaDana. Dalila, tiene la palabra, por favor.
Gracias. Aprovechando la participación de Dana y tu presencia, Cris, y una de las conclusiones más del trabajo del estado de arte de microplásticos en el Caribe, nos dimos cuenta, pese a que la mayoría viene de la cuantificación de microplásticos en la playa, que ya señalamos, que ahí está el esfuerzo. ¿Y por qué ahí? Por la facilidad. Nos dimos cuenta que hay una diversidad de metodologías, una diversidad en los análisis que van desde lo que señalaba Dana, una cuantificación en un microscopio óptico estereoscópico, a una microscopía electrónica, a una microscopía de X, a una microscopía radán, a una microscopía análisis infrarrojo, etc. O sea, hay una diversidad. Pero también nos dimos cuenta de una diversidad en el esfuerzo de muestreo y en la manera de presentar los resultados, y dificulta el comparar, porque van desde kilómetros a gramos, a mililitros, etc. Entonces, mi propuesta es unir este esfuerzo de los que estamos en este panel junto con el trabajo que hacen Naciones Unidas y GCFI para ofertar un curso en el que participemos varios de los que estamos aquí u otros, en donde podamos presentar las técnicas más eficientes para el análisis de microplásticos en agua, en sedimentos y en alguna especie marina. Y esta capacitación que es necesaria en el Caribe, más allá de lo que señalaba Dana, con lo cual estoy de acuerdo. Obviamente nos faltan recursos económicos que permitan un programa, uno, a nivel del Caribe, con una misma metodología, con un mismo esfuerzo de muestreo y con unos mismos análisis, de tal manera que pudiera hacer la radiografía de el grado de contaminación que tenemos en el Caribe. Ahí sí sería la radiografía actual de la contaminación por microplásticos en el Caribe. Pero para este punto necesitamos previo una capacitación. Los expertos creo que los tenemos en diferentes áreas. Las plataformas estas nos ayudan mucho. Obviamente viajar es algo que nos gusta y más a los que nos formamos en congresos de viajes. Pero bueno, hay que reconocer que esta situación de pandemia nos dio muchos aprendizajes, entre estos que ha manejado fabulosamente Fadil. Entonces, esa es mi propuesta. Creo que lo podemos armar muy fácilmente, Cris, y lo podemos ofertar. Ojalá presencial, pero si no es el caso, estas plataformas nos ayudarían a ofertar ese primer curso y después a tener un programa muy sencillo, con la participación de varios países del Caribe, que a través de ello en 2022 pudiéramos decir, este es el grado de contaminación que tenemos en el Caribe por microplásticos y que va a ser comparable porque siguió un mismo esfuerzo de muestreo y de análisis de las muestras. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Dalila. And I guess the right persons are here to try and take forward that. That's really an excellent recommendation. Something I've made a note of and that we can actively pursue. We are aware also, of course, of the excellent work being done by Invimar in Colombia, of work by the University of the West Indies here at Mona in Jamaica. So there are some scientists there, some work being done in Brazil as well, who made a good presentation at the last GCFI conference. So thank you so much. And I think in that response, we've also responded to a couple of the questions relating to the methodology. Fadila mentioned our efforts to do a harmonized marine litter monitoring, which wasn't as complex. And we are aware that the international community have produced some guidelines on microplastic monitoring, but to have something appropriate at the regional level and to build the capacity at the regional level, I think is important. I wondered if I could shift a little bit, particularly to Joel, to Erin, to Tricia, because you have also highlighted some of the challenges in getting accurate data regarding abandoned, discarded, and lost fishing gear. How much is lost? Is it really impacting on our environment? Would you care to comment a little bit in terms of what you have found as far as data and information in the region? Over.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first quick stab at that. That's a really complicated question. Sorry, Tricia, I should have raised my hand. That was bad form on my part. I will try to make this quick and try to keep that in mind for future. I think at the end of the day, nobody really knows how much gear is out there. Nobody really knows how much is lost. We see widely varying estimates. There's the estimate from 2009 and the UNEP report, the technical paper that everyone's familiar with, the 640,000 tons per year figure, which the paper actually itself does not say. It says that less than 10% of marine debris is likely to be lost fishing gear, and it actually goes to the effort in the paper itself to state that there's not enough information, there's not enough data to actually come up with a globally acceptable number, a scientifically acceptable number. But then others extrapolated that 10%-ish figure and applied that to the then accepted number of 6.4 million tons of marine debris entering the ocean every year, and they came up with that 640,000 tons figure, but it does not feature in that paper at all. And it is not a claim made by the authors of that paper, to which it is most frequently assigned as a reference. You also see varying studies. There was actually a study that came out earlier this year that estimated that the total amount of fishing gear entering the ocean is somewhere in the neighborhood of 48,000 tons, which is an order of magnitude less almost. It's definitely less than the 640,000 significantly, but crucially, it only focused on industrial longline, purse seine, and trawl fisheries, and didn't focus on some of the fisheries that have the most gear loss, including gill nets, fish aggregating devices, traps and pots. And it didn't focus and didn't take into consideration smaller scale commercial or artisanal fisheries around the world. So the numbers vary widely, the references and the information that they're drawing upon vary widely. There just really hasn't been a large scale global study that has come out yet that has taken all these different things into consideration. The research pool just doesn't quite exist. Before I pass it on to Tricia and then Erin, I just will point out that the GGI, one of the things we're trying to do, we're launching our data portal in a couple of weeks, or relaunching, I should say, to version 2.0, where we're trying to capture as much data about abandoned, lost, discarded fishing gear and synthesize it in one place. We have dozens of data contributors from all over the world, hundreds of thousands of records to be included in that portal. And the idea is to start to bring into sharper focus where at least studies are being done, where gear is being reported, both through industrial research organizations like CSIRO and others, and also by citizen scientists through our Ghost Gear Reporter app, which I can talk more about if anyone's interested, or you can contact me afterwards. But we're trying to synthesize that data. And I know the UN is looking at doing some fisher surveys around the world to try to get an idea of quantitative estimates. I know there's another study that's going to be coming out in the not too distant future that's going to try to make similar estimates based on fisher interviews and fisher interactions to try to get an understanding of what gear loss rates are likely to be. But all that is to say that there's a lot of variation in the estimates that are out there, and it's not a simple, easy thing to get a hold of. It's a very tough nut to crack indeed. I'll just pause it there and give others a chance to reply.
Thanks, Joella. Tricia, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Before I begin, I just want to say everything that Joel has said, I absolutely agree with 100%. I think this number of 640,000 has been bandied about for so long that the idea within the marine debris community is that the question has been answered, but really hasn't. And I think more and more research recently has been showing that the question has not been answered. There's still a lot that is unknown. There's still a lot that we need to know. And certainly a lot of the research has been focusing on large industrial fishing fleets and perhaps not so much on the small scale fisheries of the Caribbean and other parts of the world. I think what is going to be critical in trying to answer the question for small scale fisheries is recognizing that, as my report and my research has begun to show, there is this need for intersectoral collaboration, which is wonderful that the GGI has been trying to have an intersectoral approach, because at the end of the day, the agencies that are responsible for managing fisheries management provisions versus marine litter provisions may not be the same. And also there is the issue of capacity. So there must be some mechanism of collaboration and cooperation. There must be also a recognition that we are living in a society or in a region where there are capacity issues, there are resource availability issues. And so it cannot be obviously an onerous task, because I mean, for countries that have very high debt ratios, we don't have a lot of fiscal space to be undertaking large scale research in trying to understand this question. And so it really has to come down to how can we build in within the existing systems of fisheries management, of solid waste management systems, to be able to capture this information in a meaningful way and move the needle forward in trying to come up with solutions to dealing with the problem. So I'm hoping that my research will ultimately be able to contribute to this, but obviously I'm only looking at a small portion of the Caribbean region.
Thank you so much, Tricia. Erin?
Thank you, Chris and Tricia, and of course, Joel. So actually, as Joel said, estimating an accurate number of marine debris is exceptionally challenging. And in the case of FADs or fish aggregating devices, estimates suggest that there's anywhere from 18 to 41,000 DFADs deployed annually in the Atlantic. And in the case of derelict DFADs, there's an inherent secretive nature. Often they're utilized in IUU fishing with buoys, the GPS buoys being stolen by competing vessels. And they're often intentionally abandoned because they simply drift too far for financially feasible recovery, with a 2020 estimate suggesting that recovering a lost FAD can cost a vessel upwards of $1,200 US, which is often greater than the cost of their construction and deployment. And there's also the significant gap in knowledge pertaining to FAD deployments and loss, also, as Joel said, with most recent estimates dating back to 2013, with a global estimate of 81 to 121,000 FADs being deployed globally. but more recent studies have suggested that that number is growing exponentially. And we're going to continue to see an exponential growth in the deployment of FADs on a global scale, not just in the Caribbean and not just in the Atlantic. And FADs are honestly still seen as not incredibly problematic. There is a lot of focus, of course, on longline gear and ghost nets. But this was actually one of the main drivers that spurred this research and by creating the Caribbean FAD Tracking Project, because ICAT actually has continuously dismissed FADs as problematic in the Greater Caribbean region. But organizations like International Pole and Line Foundation and the FAO are continuously making calls as recently as, I believe, September of this year for ICAT to take a stronger stance on FAD management, because like I mentioned earlier, current efforts are absolutely insufficient in mitigating their effects. So I think we're facing a lot of the same issues that Tricia and Dalila and everybody has kind of touched on, just in a lack of resources, a lack of transparency, and we're really just hoping to be able to get more community and fisher engagement, I guess you could say, to help get a better estimate of some of the numbers in the Greater Caribbean region, particularly in my case with FAD research.
Thank you so much, Erin. That's really so informative. Can I I'm going to turn to let me just turn to Joel. I noticed another question coming in the chat, which I did want to ask as well, but I also need to check with Fadila and make sure that we're not overrunning any other sessions. But Joel, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chris. And just very quickly, I want to touch on what Erin and Tricia had said, and just tie that together and just say that all of these studies are useful, all of them, even if they don't give us, a new number that we can all say that, yeah, this is the new, they're all useful. They're all pieces of the puzzle. They're all building blocks that we need to use to try to get to what this actually is. I know that there's been a lot of regional of studies done around the world with estimates on the impacts on marine biota and on harvestable fish populations and on the marine environment in general. So I just wanted to tie that together and say that even though I've pointed out a couple of things that might seem contradictory and maybe not that helpful, the opposite is true. They are very helpful. It's just a matter of trying to piece all of these things together into one puzzle that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that I said that because I don't want to give any disrespect to any of the folks that are coming up with this research.
Thanks so much, Joel. So Fadila and Bob and Alejandro, just checking, I probably will have just maybe one or two final closing questions for the panelists, but I wanted to make sure we are not intruding on anyone else's time or any other event. So pause while I wait for you guys to confirm that we can just have maybe one final round of questions.
Hi, Chris. Yes, that's fine. Coming up next, we would have the break, and we probably won't get started with the next session until 12 Eastern time. So we do have time.
Okay, perfect. So I actually did have then, thanks for Dila, a question that has been raised by Peter Randall in the chat, and I wanted to just also add a bit of a dimension to it. He asked to all the panelists, how much do you think that the Caribbean abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear issue is due to a lack of facilities for the disposal of end-of-life fishing gear? And the part two of that question that I wanted to add is how realistic do you see the potential for small-scale recycling of abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear? We've seen some examples in North America, and wondering is that something that might be feasible for the Caribbean as well? So yes, Joel, over to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, that's something that I'm glad you asked that question, Peter. That's something that the GCFI is trying to assess in this initial phase of the project. At this point, to be honest, it's not entirely clear. What we can say is that there seem to be very few port reception facilities in the country, certainly in the countries that we've canvassed in the Caribbean so far, those being Jamaica, Grenada, Belize, which is not really a surprise, to be honest. As to what the extent to which that's actually causing the ALDFG problem or contributing to it, I would say it has a significant impact, although it will vary by gear type. And one thing that I'll throw out there, my personal background, I've created a net recycling program in Steveston Harbour, in Canada's largest commercial fishing harbour, which is how I got involved in the Triple GI at the beginning in 2014. So it does take quite a lot of logistics to get that set up, and you also need a place to take it. So you need a recycler that can actually handle that type of material. Also, are we talking about just nets and rope, which tends to be what most fishing gear recycling is going to be, or are you talking about options for traps, for pots, for fish aggregating devices, for all the different components that make those things up, because they are kind of different in a material structure type of a way, both in their material composition, but also in the way that they're put together. Like a net can get very easily entangled in most processing equipment if it's not shredded first, these types of things. So there's a lot of considerations about how to set something like that up on a regional basis, the transportation logistics, who's going to clean them and bag them and prepare them for recycling. And then one thing that we found as well is that the gear, even if you're fishing the same species, in relatively close by area, certainly in the Caribbean basin, the traps, for example, in Jamaica that are used to harvest spiny lobster, the Antillean Z traps, are very different from those used in Belize to harvest the same species, as is the environment. And fishers in Belize will generally be there in the area while their traps are deployed, so that loss is less of a concern. They're fishing in very shallow water, comparatively speaking, whereas in Jamaica they could go very, very far offshore and have to return days later to try to find their traps. So all that is to say that it's definitely part of the issue. Adding reception facilities will help, but it also won't solve the problem entirely. It's again, there's no magic bullet. It's one piece of the puzzle, because if you have a place for end-of-life gear to be received and recycled, that's great. That is certainly better than not having it, but that's not going to address challenges with extreme weather or snags beneath the surface or other marine traffic cutting it loose or conflict with other gear types happening in the same area that is causing gear loss from another angle. So it's part of the solution for sure. But it's not the magic bullet. I'll pause there and pass to Tricia.
Tricia, please.
Yes, thank you. So basically that's what I was going to intervene and saying a lot of it is dependent on the gear type, and certainly the issues related to traps versus nets versus lines versus other types of gear are quite different. And so what is going to be required from the region is a multi-layered approach to dealing with the issue. Certainly, if there are reception facilities, it can help. But as Joel has indicated, it certainly would not help in the case of bad weather, in the case of storms. And so a lot of it will be dependent on putting in place measures that take heed of this kind of multi-layered, multifaceted issue of gear within the fact that we have multi-gear fisheries, the fact that the fisheries are not homogeneous across the region. So end of life facilities can certainly help, but it certainly will not solve the issue. And so then definitely needs to be more of a clearer understanding of what is it that's causing this gear to be lost or discarded. What is inhibiting, for instance, fishers from being able to retrieve gear, if that's something that's contributing to gear being lost. And all of these issues need to be taken into account before we come up with some sort of solution.
Thank you so much, Tricia. Erin?
Thank you, Chris. So just to beat a dead horse and speak about FADs again, just as my area of expertise. As it's been said by both Joel and Tricia, end-of-life receptacles aren't going to be a solution. And as Joel said, it's a piece of the puzzle. But anecdotally, Joel, if you can figure out a way to create end-of-life receptacles for fads in particular, I will be genuinely impressed. And the next time we meet in person, I'll be buying you a drink, because the drifting fads that we're dealing with in the Atlantic are consistent of a floating platform that's typically 6 feet in diameter, with 80 to 100 meters of netting draped beneath the surface. And these are often weighing upwards of 200 pounds. So being able to physically dispose of these is problematic, because when people are reporting them to me, they're reporting them from all over. We've had reports from 27 countries, and these are citizen scientists. These are people that are stumbling across fads that are on their local beaches, who are looking for the best way to dispose of it. And unfortunately, there's no consistent advice that we can give other than contact local authorities, because there's no consistent best practice as to disposing of these larger gear types, particularly fads, in the Caribbean region. So just the same things that Joel and Tricia said, we need to know more about what's causing the abandonment, as well as creating better receptacles and a more widespread end-of-life program for both small and larger gear types.
You're muted, Chris.
There's a question, thanks. There's a question, Joel, from LaDonna in the chat, which I'd actually like you to try and answer in the chat, because I did want to ask, sort of, maybe as we're winding down now, and if we get a chance and there's time, we can also go through it live. But I wanted to perhaps kind of bring ourselves back to this whole research aspect of it. And we heard of the excellent research that LaDonna was able to detect, even though there were so many missing gaps. We've heard about the research that Dalila is doing, and yet we're still hearing that maybe not so much of a priority. We have a capacity challenge. And LaDonna, you had started, I think, the ball rolling by indicating the sorts of connections that we have to make. Can we link plastic pollution to climate change, to livelihoods? So I actually wanted to put that question out there again. How do we better use the science, even the limited science that we have, that all of you have been involved with, the research, the analysis, the projects, to be able to better influence our general public or our policy and decision makers, so that whether it's plastics, microplastics, fish aggregating devices, or abandoned, discarded, lost and fishing gear, how do we raise that in terms of priority at the national level and at the regional level? And I did want to throw that question out there to all of the panel members. Over. LaDonna, you're jumping in first. I saw your camera come on.
Yeah, I can make a contribution. I think, Chris, with that, what we need, so even if we do have limited data for our region, data exists for other regions internationally. And I think when we're speaking to politicians, when we're speaking to the people that are going to release the resources to us, we need to emphasize that these are issues that are going to affect sectors that people depend upon. So when you look at the Caribbean region, tourism is one of those big sectors, fisheries is one of those big sectors. So if we've got plastic debris on the beach, for instance, our tourists, will they want to show up on a beach that's polluted? So if we start to make those linkages between impacts and economic impacts, I think that will definitely get us some attention. If we talk about the fisheries sector and we're talking about plastic debris, we're talking about microplastics, think about some of the very iconic species that are present within our region. We've got sea turtles that are on the IUCN Red List, for instance. If we can show people that, look, these, plastic debris is having an impact on these creatures that are also linked to our economy in terms of, ecotourism, that sort of thing, then I think we will get some of the attention we need. So I think that's where, my contribution is going to be. We need to link it to things that matter to the people that have the power to make decisions.
Thank you, LaDana. Dalila, sí, ¿qué podemos hacer para levantar este?
Hola, totalmente de acuerdo. Creo que Dana y yo hoy estamos muy conectadas en la misma dirección. De acuerdo a tu pregunta, Cris, que formulaste para todos, permítanme presentar una segunda propuesta aquí. Fíjense que a través del programa que tú encabezas, Cris, y de la presencia de mis compañeros directivos del Wolfgang Caribbean, se puede hacer un panel entre científicos, técnicos, académicos, con legisladores de varios países del Caribe, en el que las personas, los panelistas que hagan uso de la palabra, presenten efectivamente el impacto de plásticos y microplásticos en la economía a través de turismo, pesca y salud desde el punto de vista sanitario, ¿no? Cada vez más alimentos son requeridos la certificación de presencia de microplásticos para consumo humano. Creo que ese sería relativamente fácil de llevarlo a cabo, muy importante, y además en la región del Caribe hay una asociación de legisladores para América Latina y Caribe. Creo que esa plataforma podemos usarla con nosotros y hacer un panel en esa dirección que pudiera llevarnos a la toma de medidas regionales en el Caribe. Esa es mi segunda propuesta.
Thank you so much, Dalila, and the importance of that cross-sectoral, intersectoral collaboration is very key. I've been, as I think persons have said, maybe too many meetings and webinars, and it tends to be the research scientists talking among themselves, and then the policy people talking among themselves, and the legislators. But I believe what has been said is right. We need to create those mechanisms that would allow the researchers to better understand what the policymakers need, for the policymakers to better understand what the general public needs, researchers to see how best we can incorporate citizen science. I believe that was mentioned in the previous panel. So I know we are a little bit over time, and I'm also aware that in the Eastern Caribbean, it's sort of heading to lunchtime, and we do have a break. There are the final sessions and the closing of the conference. So first of all, let me just take the opportunity to thank all of the presenters. This has been a very, very interesting panel. Thanks everyone who took the time to do a presentation, to prepare the paper, to do the recording, and to be present here this morning into this afternoon. The input has really been great. And as has been said, we do co-host this regional node on marine litter. So we would consider all of you as partners as we continue to integrate the issue of marine litter and plastics within GCFI events as a whole, and to ensure greater integration from the marine pollution side of things with our other work under fisheries and marine protected areas. So I'd just like again to thank everyone. Fadila, thank you again for all your guidance and your facilitation, and handing back over to you.
Thank you, Chris. And just to again provide some follow-ups, for any of you who are interested in attending the workshop that we will have next week, there is a link that's posted in the chat, and it's also posted within as an announcement on Hoover. So that's the Regional Caribbean Best Practice ALDFG Cross-Sectoral Solutions Workshop. It's going to be hosted on Wednesday and Thursday of next week between 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. So if you are interested, please use the link either in the chat right now in Zoom, or you can look under the announcements tab in Hoover to get involved. So thank you again to all our panelists today, as well as our moderator, Chris, as well as our interpreters, Vivian and Sylvia. We're going to give them a little bit of a break now as we have a short break ourselves. And that wraps up the last technical session of GCFI74. When we rejoin at midday Eastern time, we will start with our close-in ceremony where we will reveal the winners of the GCFI Student Awards. We will reveal the winner of the Cinefish Film Festival, and we will also have performances from the Kingfish Trio. So please, and also to carry on from this session on marine litter and ghost gear, I'm going to show a short film about rescue units. So I'm going to put that on now, and we'll see you all at 12 Eastern time.
My name is Sig Hansen, and I've been a commercial fisherman all my life. Our family is 4 generations of fishermen, and we mainly fish for crab. I've seen a lot of pots lost. I feel terrible about it, and we've often thought, is there a way to stop this? You know, I've had a lot of people ask me to put my name or my stamp on products. I'm not going to put my name on something I don't believe in. I think rescue unit is going to be the wave of the future. Both of my parents were born here in Kalmay. Very proud of that fact. Every summer we were out on the ocean. It's very near and dear to my heart. When you lose a pot like this, it's fishing for years and years and years. It's still doing damage to the environment. You've lost your pot for whatever reason. Someone ran over your pot, or you set it too deep. If your pot's missing, with rescue unit, you're going to retrieve that lost pot. Very simple. You have a piece of cotton twine. This is biodegradable. This is tied onto the unit, and after 90 days, this will disintegrate. That will release the unit. And once the unit floats to the surface, you have a very large escape mechanism. Any species that are in that pot is going to crawl out. Your rescue unit is floating at the surface. You have your name, your number, and now you can retrieve your pot. Another boat may go by. They're going to see this. They're going to look at that tag, and they're going to call you, and they're going to say, hey, I saw your rescue unit out there. Come and get your gear. What can be more simple than that? If you rescue one pot, you've paid for this 10 times over, and that's easy math. Something like this will change the way people fish, not just in Norway, but all over the world. You have to fish responsibly, leaving some for the next generation.
They say that man knows more about the surface of Mars than our oceans. The lack of ocean knowledge is huge, not just in the fisheries, but everywhere. The sensor we are developing might not just improve the accuracy of fisheries, but we can learn a lot about the environment and sustainability in general. The idea behind Rescue Unit came from an environmental problem. We saw that with a simple innovation we can contribute to solve this.
It started off as a simple idea, and it is, but Now you're talking about a tool that can not only rescue these pots and stop ghost fishing, we have data. So you're also going to be able to take depths, you'll be able to take salinity in the water, you'll be able to take currents, you'll be able to take temperatures. It's brilliant.
Vi har lekt med tanken om sensor.
We've had the idea of a sensor for a long time. But when we met the team at Global Ocean Data, we saw that we could develop it quicker than we had thought. At Global Ocean Data, we work with electronics, mainly sensor technology. We've worked with this since the 80s and 90s in the oil and gas industry. Now we can implement the technology in the sustainable industry. Today we have advanced measuring stations that are really expensive. This means that there are very few of these measuring points. We've reduced the size so it can fit in a small pot. At the same time, it's a cheap investment. This gives us a better understanding of what's happening in the sea. I think it's very important to collect marine data. Data like currents, temperature, salinity, and pH are important factors for our fish stocks and also our fisheries, both the actual fisheries or the research and governance of the fisheries.
Rescue
units work is important because it's linked to fisheries at the bottom. Most data sets from boats and farms are taken from the surface, but these are known localities at the bottom. And it will make it easier to understand new connections in fisheries and research.
Now you're getting the kind of data that's going to help you fish faster. And faster fishing is good because the less time you spend at sea, the better off you are. Your overhead goes down, it's good for the environment, your money goes up. And the safety factor, nobody wants to be on the ocean more than they have to, at least not me.
When we met the guys at Global Ocean Data, it was a perfect match. We saw that by investing in them, we can develop the equipment we need to make fishing equipment smarter. With Global Ocean Data here at Algard Grunderhub, we have access to facilities that are very important for our progress. We've made two prototypes. We're testing one of them in the well here at Algard. The well is 600 meters, so it's easy to measure what's happening in the well. We see how the sensors work, not to mention the pressure. Imagine 1 million sensors on fishing equipment all over the world. They are in the ocean on a daily basis. These data sets are globally unique.
You can see kind of the light at the end of the tunnel of how we can fix some of the problems that are out there. You know, I get a little passionate about this stuff because that's the kind of change we're seeing and we're able to do. I think with Rescue Unit and all the capabilities, you're going to streamline fisheries. And when you streamline something, only good can come out of it.
The UN has declared this the decade of the ocean. Rescue Unit is going to contribute with Norwegian innovation. The sensors make all this possible, so we can increase the sustainability in the fisheries.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final part of GCFI 74. We're going to start with our closing ceremony and then transition into our closing keynote from Dr. David Gill. So to get things started with our closing ceremony, I'm going to invite our Executive Director, Bob Glazer, to join us to share some words, some of his insights of the week and looking forward. So over to you, Bob.
Thank you, Fadila. I just wanted to actually share a document that GCFI produced, which sort of ties everything that we've heard this week together, I think, and sort of wraps it up with a ribbon. We were commissioned, and I'm just going to share my screen here. I don't have a large presentation because we are actually going to be introducing this document in a formal webinar coming up within the next month or so. But I wanted to introduce this document because it ties together what we have all discussed this week. On the right-hand side, you can see that it's focused on fisheries, habitat, and pollution. This was a report that was commissioned by the Caribbean Large Marine Ecosystem Project from UNDP. It was a JEF-funded project, and it examined what the priorities for policymakers were related to research. So in other words, what do policymakers need that will help them make better decisions going forward? And so we did this in 3 GCFIs. Many of you might have even participated in some of the workshops. We first did a gap analysis related to each one of these particular topics at a different GCFI and invited people to participate in these. So we had a wide group of scientists, but we also added to that gap analysis a lot of personal interactions with policymakers, with people who could not attend, with fishers, other stakeholders, so that they could help us identify what the gaps were in terms of information that was needed. So we focused on 5 themes. We didn't just focus on the science. We focused on first of all, what science was missing, but we also focused on what research related to monitoring was necessary, what research related to communications to more effectively communicate the needs was necessary. We also focused on what economic needs were required. And finally, we focused on what the governance research needs were to ensure that governance could become more effective in implementing solutions for sustainability. So we had these 3 areas of focus: fisheries, habitat, and pollution, and we had those 5 themes. We had those gap analyses that were created, and based upon the gap analyses, we then went to the policymakers and decision makers and asked them which of the different gaps or actions were their priorities, and we scored these in an online SurveyMonkey. And those particular gaps then served as the priorities for the different one of these particular issues. It's a fairly extensive report, and there's a lot of different actions that were identified. I think it came out pretty well. We had a lot of interaction both in the gap analysis as well as the prioritization part of the project. There's a lot more to this report than just that. We have an analysis of what constitutes the policy science interface. Robin Mahan did that, Dr. Robin Mahan. We had issues related to what research might look like in the Anthropocene, a whole chapter dedicated to that. It was widely regarded within the UN as a model report that probably should be sort of used as a template for other LMEs in the world. So we're sort of, the reason I say this ties it together is because it does sort of take a holistic look at what is necessary to achieve effective governance in the region. And so I put a link in the chat box if you want to download it. It is also on our website under publications. And you're more than welcome to have a look at it, and stay tuned for the webinar, which should be coming up within the next month or so. So I think it does tie everything together, and maybe will provide a little bit of guidance as you go forward in terms of what priorities may be necessary to address that go beyond science, that go towards the more social aspects, as well as the governance aspects. And I hope you find it worthwhile. That's it, Fadila, back to you.
Thanks, Bob. And then to continue with and get started with our closing ceremony, let me just stop Bob's screen share. Bob, can you stop your screen share, please? Thank you. I'm going to invite the chair of GCFI, Henri, to share some closing words for today. Henri?
Thank you. Thank you both for that. I'm going to be much briefer. I just wanted to take this opportunity to, first of all, now that we come to a closure, to thank Fadila Ali for her amazing organizational skills. And I'd like to thank also the program committee led by Alejandra Costa for putting together an amazing event. I would also like to thank the Fishery Engagement Committee led by Ruth Perry and Ruth Heyman, and the Student Awards Committee and the judges of the students' presentations led by Alfonso Aguilera Pereira, for bringing fishers and students to the forefront of the conference, as it has historically been done. I would like to thank you all for participating and helping making this event a success. I wanted to let you know that we will be having a general business meeting on Monday, so I invite you to come and participate and learn about how GCFI operates. And then for those of you who are not members yet, please consider joining us in our journey to GCFI75 next year. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Henri. And to keep things a little dynamic, we're going to have a little entertainment break right now. So I'm going to share our first performance for today from the Kingfish Trio. So 1 second.
Amazing grace, algae cut down, that saved a reef to sea. Substrate was lost, but now is found. Once bound, but now is free. 'Twas grace that fought the reef to clear, and grace did fears relieve. With urchins did that grace appear, as theory once conceived. Leaders have promised healthy reef, their word my hope secures. Their red fishes will stay to eat as long as they endure. The reef's been here 10,000 years, fed by the shining sun. We've known less days to polyps raise, that work has just begun.
And so for those of you new to the GCFI family, that's your first welcome to the Kingfish Trio. The Kingfish Trio consists primarily of Rich Appledoon, Ron Hill, and Tony Marshak, but has, even though it's a trio, has sometimes extended to be 6 or 7 people, depending on who Rich can recruit from his students. The Kingfish Trio have been regular performers at GCFI, and we really appreciate that even in the virtual setting that they can provide performances for us. So thank you again, and you would have seen them throughout the week either presenting or moderating some of our sessions. So thank you again to Rich, Tony, and Ron for that performance, and there will be another performance later on today. Let me now invite Alfonso to join us. Alfonso is the chair of the GCFI Student Awards Committee, and he will be revealing some of the student award winners for this conference. So Alfonso, over to you.
Hi, Fadila. Hello. I'm trying to manage to share my screen in order to be more clear in what I'm going to say. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me know if you're having issues with your screen share, and we can always come back to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just sharing the screen, so I'm trying to. So probably you are now watching my screen, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, what I'm trying to do now is show my face, because I can't do it, but anyway. So I'm gonna appear. It's gonna be an image of mine there. So yeah, thank you everybody. I'm really happy to be here and have the opportunity to reveal who were the student winners. But before that, I would like to introduce you to the committee, Student Awards Committee, who were very active during this year, judging awards, student awards, since before the meeting began. I mean, there are three kinds of awards I'm going to mention eventually. So these are the members of the Student Awards Committee: Nancy, Joanna, Mark, Henri, and myself. We've been working very hard trying to identify the best of students who have been presented. I just want to mention that students play a very important role in the GCFI meetings throughout the years. So it's very important to have this component of GCFI. Many students who began as students in presenting in grand conferences are now key members of GCFI. For instance, I just want to mention Fadila. Fadila was one of the student award winners. And I remember it was in 2011 in Puerto Morelos, Mexico. She won there, and then she's a very important component of GCFI. You know that the terrific work Fadila has been doing, trying to put this all together for us to enjoy this virtual meeting. So many other students have been coming frequently to GCFI conferences, and they are very important in that regard. So I just want to mention that the Student Awards Committee is supervising or coordinating these awards. The Student Travel Awards, there is a collaboration between another committee, is the Ron Schmidt Scholarship, whose chair is James Franks. And there is another award that is very important. It's the Academic Achievement Award that has been judged during the conference. So there are other awards, but this year couldn't be active because there were no students applying for the SCARF Award, for instance, and the Marine Leader Award in past years. So these are the students who applied for the travel awards. So I just want to mention, to include here the names so you can recognize who were the students who applied for the student travel awards from different universities. As you can see, we got the very first time an applicant for Haiti. That was very nice. So these were the only students who applied for this award, and we only have two winners for the travel. But as you understand, there was no travel. So, but they received membership and registration covered in terms of that application. So the winners for the Student Travel Awards that we're about to go to Florida, but you know the in-person meeting was canceled. But it's sad. But then anyway, it's the problem. So the winners were or are Jessica Quinlan and David Cohen. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, David. They are from the Florida International University. So he were the recipients, or he are the recipients from the Student Travel Awards. The other kind of award is the scholarship. This is another committee that makes the numbers. I mean the judging. The responsible for this committee is James Franks. He's the chair of this committee. This year they received 3 applications. The main application there was one recipient every year, but this year they have enough funding to support 2 more students. So these 3 students actually were the winners for the Ron Schmidt Scholarship. But again, it happened the same thing like the Travel Awards, because Carissa Gervasi was the winner, the formal winner, and the other two, Anna and Lisa, were like Travel Ron Schmidt Scholarship. It's a different thing to previous years, but Jim told us that there was enough money for granting 2 additional awards. But unfortunately, due to the COVID, I mean, they were not able to receive the award in complete amount of money. So for the other award is the Student Academic Achievement Award. We got more applications, but for any reasons, many students declined or withdrawn their applications for several reasons. But at the end, we got just 11 students who applied for the oral presentation for this award. I just want to mention that the quality of the work the students presented was fantastic. As all students every year are addressing very important research. So I congratulate every student who applied for this award, and I noticed throughout the years that the quality of the work is really amazing. It's really, I mean, we would like to give an award to everybody, but that's not possible, obviously. So this year there were one winner for the oral presentation, and for the poster was another winner. So in this category is oral presentation. The winner was let me check. David Cohen, and the name of his work was Winners and Losers of Reef Flattening, Trade-Based Assessment of Florida Coral Reef Fishes. So he is granting $1,500 to be received during the next, hopefully in-person GCFI meeting next year. So he's going to receive a reimbursement during the coming year. So I congratulate David for fantastic work he has been done. So the other category is the posters. We only had 4 applications. In previous years, we have had more applications, but in this year, we only received these very nice a poster. You notice you had the opportunity to see all posters, and this work was really nice. So the winner of this I can see how kind of start my video, so I want to turn it on so you can see me. Hi. So the winner of this category of posters was let's see, Anna Millender, University of Southern Mississippi, and her work was defining the reproductive biology of 2 species of cow-nosed rays in the northern Gulf of Mexico. So I congratulate on behalf of the Student Awards Committee to both winners, David Cohan and Anna Millender, for such an amazing work. So I'm just wanted to mention that Anna Millender is a master of science student, and that's very nice, because we have 2, PhD or master students. Some are candidates, others are depending on the moment where they are applying. But the most important thing is the work they present must be complete. I mean, we don't assess, or we don't expect to have any preliminary work. That's why very key recommendation for students when they're going to present very solid work. So I just want to mention the judges, because the judges are a very important component of this process. So in bold letters, you find the Student Awards Committee members, and the others were invited judges that voluntarily committed to do a fantastic assessment of the presentation. So I want to congratulate and be thankful to all invited judges who helped us to try to get this, to keep the quality of this judging process. So also I would just want lastly to thank the sponsors. So I just want to move, I don't know if Fadila, can you move? Oh, I can do it. So yeah, because so this is the very first time, the Caribbean Fishery Management Council every year for many years have been sponsored these student awards. So we are thankful to CFMC for being very proactive in helping us for funding and for donations to this particular process. But this year we have a new sponsor. This new sponsor is the Heart Research Institute from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. They donated a very substantial amount of money for student awards. So I just want to mention and highlight that this new donor probably is going. This institute is going to be donating in the years to come. So that's it for me. So I don't know if you have questions, or well, you're going to receive your certificates by email to the winners, and more details about the process for the next conference. Thank you, Fadila. Let me try to unshare if I can.
Thank you, Alfonso, and congratulations to our student award winners, Anna and David. So thank you again. And on to our next award, we're going to reveal who the winner of the Cinefish Film Festival is. We received many films submitted over the years of hosting Cinefish. We've seen the quality and the productions really that have been submitted have greatly exceeded our expectations. When Cinefish first started off, it was sort of our own participants making their own films sort of with their handheld cameras and that sort of thing. And now we have professionally produced films. We received more than 15 films, and generally we try to limit our selection to just about 90 minutes, the equivalent of a nice movie that you'd enjoy watching at home with your family. So Cinefish was purely based off of audience voting. So after the event on Wednesday night, we invited all our audience members to vote for what their favorite film was. And as a treat to you, just in case you missed it then, we are going to reveal and play the winning film right now.
Oh, hi there. With all due respect, please don't touch me. It's not good for me or my little ones.
Little ones? Wait, you ain't just a pretty rock?
A rock? You think I'm a pretty rock? Well, thanks for calling me pretty, but I am not a rock. I am an animal. I'm a Scleractinia coral. Humans call my kind hard or stored in coral, and the ocean is my home.
Animal? Wait, I so confused.
Okay, let me explain. Come a bit closer. Hi, can you see me better now? See, I'm an animal. I have a body, mouth, and tentacles. I'm a pull-up. I clone myself, creating more like me, covering any large surface that I settle on, and make it my home. By secreting calcium carbonate, I'm able to protect my soft body. It's very fragile. If you look closer, do you see them? Those are zooxanthellae. They are plant cells which live inside of me. They give me such a pretty and vibrant color. You see? I need them and they also need me too. They gather energy from the sun and create food for not only themselves, but for me too, through the process of photosynthesis. I also use my tentacles, which has stinging cells, and catch microscopic fish and plankton to eat.
Wait, hold up. All this going on and I don't even have a clue?
Well, now you're caught up. I love eating, if you can't already tell. It helps me to grow. Although I am a slow grower, my clones and I make up what you see, a vast ocean of coral reefs which help support human and marine life.
You support us? Lil old you? Yeah, right.
Ah, I see you're a skeptic. Although I don't look like much by myself, when I'm with my fellow brothers and sisters, we are known as a coral colony. And many colonies put together form a reef. We support humans by protecting your beaches from erosion, by breaking up wind and wave energies during storms. We also prevent property floodings and loss of life. We provide and protect the food you put on your plate. We give the smaller fish hiding places from those larger predators. Not to mention, many tourists like visiting your islands just to see us and take all those pictures while swimming, snorkeling, and diving. We are superstars here, but you treat us like we are insignificant. Thanks for nothing.
What? Wait, how? Now I know you insane.
Humans throw dirt all over us because they want to create more flat land. You release sewage and other pollutants into the water. You drop your anchors on us and break us up into bits. And those are just the tip of the iceberg.
There's more?
Ha! Of course there's more. The amount of carbon dioxide you produce on land heats up the water, and I don't do well with heat. Neither does the zooxanthellae. Remember them? They create a negative reaction within my tissues, and I eventually kick them to the curb. Without them, I turn pale and I can get sick from other diseases too.
I'm sorry, little fella. Hey, thanks for the lesson. What we're doing is terrible, but I have to go. I almost out of air. I'll visit you again tomorrow.
What's happening? It's not night yet. Is that a cloud approaching? No. What's going on? I don't think I like this. I don't like this one bit. Yikes! Help!
Hi, Carol. I'm back. And I brought some friends from the National Parks Trust, the Conservation Unit, and Beyond the Reef. What happened? What's wrong with you? Why are you covered with lesions? Are you sick? The wall gone crazy?
Lord, I think I passed sick. No, I'm dying. It's too late.
How? How is this happening? When did this happen? What causing you to die?
It happened so fast, and before I knew it, bam! First, we all started to feel sick, but not like nothing we have ever heard of before. But instead of getting better, we were feeling worse. And it ain't like we could take up and go to the doctor now, can we?
Hold on, my little friend. Don't lose hope. We gonna do some research. You just hang in there for all of we. Carol, I know what's wrong with you, you know. You are affected by what is called stony coral tissue loss disease.
Stony what?
Yeah, it's a disease that started in Florida back in 2014. It affects stony corals. See the soft corals over there?
Hey, sup? You don't look so good.
It has no effect on them or the Acoropora species. It does, however, impact over 20 species of stony coral, and this disease is currently impacting 13 other Caribbean countries.
20 species in 13 other countries? You for real? This is insane. This is a bit too much for me to take in. But what is causing it? And how are you going to fix me?
Well, it's caused by a bacteria, but to find out what the exact bacteria is hard, as corals are filled with bacteria and scientists are having a difficult time finding the exact one that's making you sick.
Great. Just my luck. As if I didn't have enough to deal with already. Now you bring in this COVID of the sea too.
I know, and we are here to help. My friends at NPT and Beyond the Reef have the antibiotic treatment, which in most cases stop the lesions from spreading further. How do you feel?
Honestly, I don't know right now. Is it working? You sure you know what you're doing? You don't look like a doctor, so I'm just asking for a friend.
It's too early to tell if the treatment will work. Time will tell, and we will have to come back several times to monitor your progress, as many places in the BVI have also reported outbreaks, and in some places, the lesions have reappeared, even on some of your cousins that we treated.
Oh no! Please help me. I don't want to die. Please don't let me die. I like it here, and I want to be around when the tourists and them come back, so I can wow them.
We will try our best to save you and all the corals in the territory. We also have to be careful, as the bacteria can travel through the water column by way of tides, waves, and currents. Divers can also spread it if they don't have the correct buoyancy. It's important for others to not touch you in this critical state unless they are properly trained. We also have to decontaminate our gear after every dive.
Decontaminate? Ha! You must be a doctor now. But seriously, how are you planning to do that?
Agreed. We must decontaminate all our gear, even our cameras, as the bacteria can remain on our gear and can accidentally spread the disease onto a new reef.
We are also actively monitoring the waters to ensure that SCTLD hasn't spread in new locations. Therefore, we must dive in clean locations first, then dive in affected areas after.
It's only 3 or so of you? You see all that blue space with all of we? How are you going to cover all that space?
We have enlisted the help of the local dive companies to assist as well.
I see. That's cool. All these people coming to help little old Carl. Yes, But you said you have to decontaminate. How do you do that?
We have to soak our gear in 1% bleach solution for 10 minutes, followed by fresh water, and allow it to be air dried before next use. It wears down our gear, but it's a small sacrifice we will take to keep you and all the other reefs safe.
What about the tourists? What's the plan for them?
Divers locally and internationally, we need your help. SCTLD is currently impacting 13 Caribbean countries and so far is impacting 21 dive sites across the BVI. In our efforts in trying to contain the spread and treat the infected corals, we are asking for persons who wish to visit our beautiful underwater world to please rent your dive and snorkel gear locally. You may unintentionally cause a new outbreak on a clean reef or cause reinfection. So please help us to ensure the coral reefs in the BVI are around the next time you and your friends visit. Hey, Carol, how you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you.
I see your lesions clearing up.
Yes, You know, there were a lot of other divers that came to visit me since you were last here. But they didn't talk as much. They came with that thing that looked like an injection and put on some of that stuff you put on that felt oh so good.
Yeah, I could tell that the members of the Coral Strike team were here. I see one of the tags that will help them monitor your progress.
Coral Strike Team? That's who they were? What is the Coral Strike Team?
Well, you see, Honorable Vincent Whitley went to the House of Assembly and reported that stony coral tissue loss disease was affecting the coral in the BVI. Then he charged the National Parks Trust to lead the Coral Strike team to help you and all your cousins.
Say what? You don't say. All of that for little old Coral?
Yeah, Coral, hey, you very important, you know. National Parks Trust got funding to fight stony coral tissue loss disease from Unite BVI and the governor's office. This funding gonna help to pay for fuel, coral treatment, and the divers so that they could help you and all your family.
You don't say.
Yeah, and dine all in all. NPT also started an educational program to educate the people who live here and the tourists too.
You for real?
You ain't hearing me. You have any idea how popular you are? You've been the star in 2 cartoons already, you know. And everybody know my sassy little coral friend who taught us about corals and why they're important to the people of the BVI.
Yeah, so I'm like a rock star?
Yes, Coral, you're my little rock star. Wow, I learned so much from you. Did you know back in 2014, the Nature Conservancy estimated that the value of coral reefs in the BVI is at $194,691,000? Of that amount, 68% was attributed to on-reef tourism, while the remaining 32% was attributed to adjacent reef tourism.
I told you me and my cousins were important. Now you're talking my language. You educated me now, huh?
Coral, but you know that ain't all, right?
You mean to tell me there is more?
Yes, there's more. The trust also had 2 billboards erected, one on Virgin Gorda and one on Tatola, informing people of what SCTLD is. And they also printed bulletins imploring boaters to refrain from emptying their holding tank within 1,000 meters of the land.
Why would they tell them that?
Well, you see, within the holding tanks, there's a lot of bacteria, and we don't know which one is causing you to get sick.
So, they just want to protect us in a sense.
There you go.
Hey neighbors! We need to show some coral love to Unite BVI, the governor's office, and the coral strike team for all that they are doing to help the reefs. From Malawi, we say thank you.
From Malawi, we say thank you.
From Malawi, thank you for helping our cousins out.
I'm sure they'll get the message. Take care of yourself and I will come back to visit you as always, okay? Later, rockstar.
Until then, handsome.
So I'm sure all of you enjoyed that film. So Meet Stony, the name of the film, is an animated cartoon which was used as an educational tool to teach persons in the British Virgin Islands about what corals are, why they are important, the emergence of stony coral tissue loss disease in the BVI, and how stony coral tissue loss disease was treated via public-private partnerships. And this film was made by the National Parks Trust of the Virgin Islands, Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, Unite BVI, the Governor's Office, and Maizen Animation Studio. So I hope you all enjoyed that film, and this is truly what Cinefish is all about. We often, as scientists, we have all of these complicated messages, and it's really about trying to find a way to communicate that in a easily digestible way, in a visual way. So this film was perfect for communicating the issue of stony coral tissue loss disease and what is and can be done to stop it. So before we transition over to our keynote speaker, I just want to make a final little acknowledgement to all of our sponsors, which really helped to make GCFI possible. So we would like, as Alfonso said, our student awards were supported by the Hart Research Institute, as well as the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. And the Schmid Award was supported by the International Game Fish Association. So thank you to those. And we also would like to acknowledge some of our partners and sponsors, such as the University of Southern Mississippi and the Gulf Coast Research Lab, as well as the Government of Canada, the Global Partnership on Marine Litter, as well as the AGOA Sanctuary, who was a sponsor for this meeting. And both the Global Partnership of Marine Litter and the AGOA Sanctuary will be hosting workshops next week, which you're all invited to attend. So before we get to our keynote speaker, we have one more performance from the Kingfish Trio, and this one somewhat related to our previous video that we just watched, Meet Stony. So without further ado, I present the Kingfish Trio. Wait, let me mute myself.
Along with the global warming, there is a sight appalling. Coral disease is soaring under the sea. That's where the tissues die inside. That is horrifying, killing the stony corals down on the reef. Heading for headline fame and needing a clever name. Never an acronym, Hair's Foot Soleil. Disease that's expanding ever Florida, the epicenter. Island to island spreader, Scotland the plague. Corals like Montestraya, Diploria, once yellow, white is the sign of trouble neath tropic waves. Antibiotic treatment in situ inconvenient would be an achievement, corals to save. Far off in sunlit places, building a database, the science, the problem faces, outcomes vague. Disease that's expanding ever Florida, the epicenter, island to island spreader, Scotland the plague.
So thank you again to the Kingfish Trio for their creativity and entertainment. It's truly a joy and a pleasure to have you here. And if we were in person, I'm sure by now we would be having a good sing-along and a reprise and encore. So thank you again to our Kingfish Trio. And I see that our keynote presenter is here, and we will transition very swiftly so we can keep to time and be mindful of everyone's commitments. So Dr. David Gill is a really special keynote for us this year. Generally, when you think of keynotes, you think of those individuals that have been long-standing contributors to science, and what we wanted to do this year is to give a platform and acknowledge an early career research scientist who has really been making a name for himself as well as in the region. So David is for our student awards, for our student members here. David was previously a student that we met through GCFI. He's Caribbean born, and then he's gone on to really make a name for himself and gone to do really wonderful things. His research centers on marine coupled human natural systems, focusing predominantly on marine management and tropical coral reef ecosystems. Overall, his research aims to provide evidence-based insights into how marine management and conservation can lead to equitable and sustainable outcomes. This work is by nature both interdisciplinary and collaborative, drawing on key theories and analytical approaches from disciplines such as economics, community ecology, and political science, and working alongside researchers and practitioners to co-develop salient research questions, approaches, and dissemination pathways. His recent work includes global and regional assessments of the social and ecological impacts of marine conservation, valuation of economic dependence on coral reefs, and developing cost-effective approaches for monitoring socio-ecological systems in capacity-limited regions. David holds an MSc and PhD from the Center of Resource Management and Environmental Studies, University of West Indies, Barbados, and his postgraduate career included 2 years as a Luke Hoffman Fellow at the National Socioeconomical Synthesis Center and a David H. Simmons Conservation Fellowship at George Mason University and Conservation International. So we are truly honored to have one of GCFI's own present the closing keynote address and really pave the future for other young Caribbean scientists and managers and practitioners. So over to you, David.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. it was an opportunity that I never thought I would be able to be here. But yeah, I hope that everyone had an amazing week at the conference, and yeah, that what I share today can hopefully inspire us as decision makers, as practitioners, and as researchers to move together towards conserving and managing our oceans in a way that's sustainable. Okay, so when Alejandro and had asked me about doing the presentation, I was like, are you sure? And mentioned that, yes, from the perspective of an early career researcher. So I thought I would start off with a little bit about my journey. And so you probably know some of those children that had no idea what they wanted to be when they grew up. And that was me. But before I dive into details, I wanted to just talk about what it takes to get here, wherever here is, where I am. Well, I would say it takes patience, it takes perseverance, it takes putting up with that student that just doesn't get it, or the colleague that doesn't seem to be able to finish that paper on time, or when you have the best candidate on the list and you choose another one that's not as great on paper or who may take longer to complete an assignment, but you do it anyway because you care. And so these are the people that did that for me. There are so many along the pathway of my journey here that really helped me to be where I am today. They put up with my slow responses and had patience and made choices to not choose the best one, but choose me to be involved in their work. And so I wanted to say thank you to all of them. But my work also represents the selfless contribution of coastal community members from across the region who took their time to share their stories about themselves and the reefs. And their stories have shaped who I am today as a researcher. And so my journey started here. This is my home beach in Paynes Bay in Barbados on the West Coast. And it meant me coming home on weekdays, smelling fried fish that my grandmother cooked up, and spending the weekends snorkeling and playing in the waves with my cousin. And so for me, ocean life was part of life, and it was part of why I was interested in studying the ocean. But it also had to do with a wine-drinking French scientist called Jacques Cousteau, where when I grew up in Barbados, we only had one TV channel. And so that means that at 6 p.m., you were watching Days of Our Lives, that's the soap opera. And then on Sunday afternoon, it was Jacques Cousteau and his research vessel, the Calypso, as they explore the world's oceans. So with this interest, I was able to get a student loan and head off to Canada to do my undergrad degree in marine biology. Came back home after graduation, and I worked with the local NGO for about 2 years. And this gave me an opportunity to get a broader perspective on what's happening back home on our reefs, both ecologically and socially, the inner workings of environmental policy, and we're working with government and non-government partners. And even though this was such a great opportunity, it wasn't enough to pay off the student loan. So I headed off to CERMES, the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies. And so there I was able to get some broad training on marine science and marine management, but also work together with great faculty and researchers there who devote much of their work and their time towards advancing marine resource management and training students across the Caribbean. After graduation, a group of us realized that we were now jobless. And so we came together and formed an environmental consulting company with a really long name. So I wouldn't read it. After a few years of consulting, then and things were going well, the 2008 and 9 financial crisis had hit. And so jobs started to dwindle. But then one of my previous CERMES professors, Dr. Hazel Oxenford, had reached out to me about coming back and doing a PhD. So I did something that I never thought I would do, and that's a PhD, where I was able to work with researchers across the region on the Future of Reefs project, and as well as across the world to develop insights to inform management for Caribbean coral reefs. And it was during this time I was able to hear firsthand accounts of how Caribbean resource users were being affected by the impacts of reef health, as well as the impacts of mismanagement and some of the negative impacts that it has had on their well-being. But they aren't the only ones. Billions of people around the world are relying on marine resources for food, income, and much more. The health of many marine ecosystems being severely compromised by pollution, habitat damage, overexploitation, climate change. And those who depend on these resources daily are bearing the brunt of these impacts. So in response to ocean threats, scientists, international organizations, and governments around the world are working together to come up with a series of policy prescriptions, just like medical advice, addressing environmental problems to restore the health of marine ecosystems. And one of their most popular prescriptions are marine protected areas, or MPAs. And the idea is that if we limit human impacts on the marine ecosystems, we should expect to see a recovery in the impact for those populations that have been impacted. And then that should hopefully result in benefits, social benefits for those who use those ecosystems. And because of the expected ecological and social benefits from MPAs, they have expanded tremendously around the world, and they have been even included in global conservation and sustainability targets, such as the Aichi targets and the more recently developed Sustainable Development Goals. And this has led to a rapid expansion of marine protected areas around the world, where we're at close to 8% of the ocean within protected areas. And some may argue that they are the dominant tool that is used right now to conserve marine populations around the world. And because of their expansion and the drive behind MPAs, there's now even new targets to expand or move beyond current targets towards larger targets, such as aiming to achieve 30% coverage by the year 2030. And so as countries continue to expand their coverage from 7% to 10% to maybe 30%, what do we know about how these marine protected areas are being managed, and are they delivering the social and ecological outcomes they were designed to produce? And if they're not, then why not? And how can we better implement and design marine conservation, not just MPAs, or marine management as a whole, to provide social benefits and ecological benefits to marine systems around the world? And so these are the questions that we ask within our lab here at Duke. And so our lab, the Ocean Synthesis Lab, we view marine ecosystems as coupled social ecological systems and not as disjointed units. And we bring together people, data, disciplines, organizations to generate novel insights and delivering evidence-based information to develop solutions to today's sustainability challenges, and particularly for areas in the world where science resources are limited and dependency on marine resources are high. And one of the focal areas of our research that I will talk about today is how do we advance our understanding of pathways towards more effective and just conservation, particularly for some of the more dominant management tools that we're using today, such as marine protected areas. And so today I'll discuss how we use approaches such as impact evaluation to isolate and the actual conservation impact from other change to measure and assess MPA effectiveness. I'll talk about some of the synthetic methods we use to draw insights from existing literature on the equity of conservation outcomes. And then I will end off by talking about what I see as the way forward to achieving effective and just conservation for our rapidly changing world. So in this first snapshot, we sought to better understand what factors are driving conservation impacts on marine populations, particularly management. So we have 3 research questions under this larger question. How are MPAs being managed, and are they managed effectively and equitably as outlined within the IHE targets? What are the impacts of MPA presence on fish populations? And then what are the linkages between how we manage marine areas and the resulting impacts? And with the help of some generous data providers and our collaborators, we were able to assemble data from 750 management assessments in 433 MPAs around the world. And based on these assessments, we found that most MPAs had legislative support and had appropriate regulations for sustainable use. However, only 35% had acceptable levels of budget capacity, and less than 10% had adequate staff capacity to carry out critical management activities. Only 29% reported having clearly defined boundaries that are well known, and less than half having acceptable levels of enforcement capacity. With regards to potential equity in decision-making, only 20% of MPAs were managed by non-state actors or in a shared management arrangement, and only half of the MPAs said that local stakeholders had direct involvement in decision-making. Moving on to the next question, then what are the impacts of MPA presence on fish populations? And again, because of the help of generous data providers from around the world, we were able to combine data on just under 16,000 fish survey sites in and around over 200 MPAs around the world. However, measuring MPA impacts globally is not simple. MPAs are not randomly placed in the ocean and located in different contexts. Also, because we can't count fish from space as yet, it requires intensive data collection. And few studies or few existing data sets have data on before MPA conditions, as well as or time series data. So how do we then try to understand the changes that we are seeing as a result of the MPA and not just due to other factors? So for example, if we have a reef where we have these 2 fish populations, we can't simply compare them just because one is inside and one is outside of the MPA. We need to compare similar populations from similar contexts to each other. And so to do this, we then try to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And to address this problem, we draw on an approach called statistical matching, which is used in impact evaluation to estimate what would happen if the MPA wasn't there, or what we call the counterfactual. And so this method is used where control sites or baseline observations are impossible or unethical, and to be used in cases where we assignment into treatment, or in this case, locations of MPAs are not at random. And so what we do is actually use the same factors that we know affect where MPAs are being placed, as well as other factors that will affect outcomes, whether it be habitat or proximate human population, and we match locations based on these factors. And after accounting for these differences, we isolate the impact, where we define the impact as the differences between what we observe and the counterfactual condition. Using response ratio, so this is the observed conditions in the MPA compared to the counterfactual comparison sites, we see that overall that MPAs are having positive impacts on fish populations. There's 71% of MPAs reporting positive impacts. However, these impacts were highly variable. And so that leads us to the next question. How does these MPAs, or how are these MPAs being managed? And does that explain some of the variation we see in ecological outcomes? And the answer is yes, indeed. I wouldn't bore you with the models and how we calculated this, but what we did see using multiple modeling approaches is that yes, particularly for MPAs with adequate staff capacity, those with enough staff to carry out critical management activities, had positive impacts that were over 3 times greater than MPAs with inadequate staff capacity. And this is a major concern, as if you remember, less than 10% of MPAs reported having adequate staff capacity, and that's in dark blue, and with most MPAs reported having inadequate blue or no staff capacity, light blue, to carry out critical management activities. So in conclusion, we find that many MPAs are reported potentially ineffective and potentially inequitable management processes. But overall, the impacts on fish populations have been positive, but highly variable. And a large portion of this variation can be explained with the available staff and financial capacity. Therefore, the global gap in staff capacity is likely hindering the effective management of many MPAs around the world. And if we continue to expand MPA coverage without a concurrent increase in staff capacity, we could be diluting management across the region or across larger areas. The other major finding from this work is what we didn't find. What are the substantive impacts of MPAs on human communities and the equity of those impacts? And there was insufficient data for us to answer this question. And this is particularly important because MPAs, again, are one of the many conservation interventions that are being used around the world to achieve biodiversity and sustainable development goals. But although there is many promises and expectations of social and ecological wins, we also have reports around and debates about social impacts and the equity of impacts from marine conservation. And so this has led to the next question, or this question, the big question: does marine conservation benefit people? This is a very important question, given the millions that we invest in conservation and those that are affected by it. And we would hope the answer is a resounding yes. And here we use synthetic approaches to draw in from the literature and to understand the distribution of conservation social outcomes. And despite this being a very simple question, there is no simple answer. And so where do we find answers to life's important questions? Well, we get it from our mom. So while I was writing this paper up back in 2018, and so this is before COVID, or early 2019, my mother sent me some videos from Dr. Baker, who provides some facts regarding links between vaccines, including flu vaccine, and various medical conditions. And so, as all children do when they get WhatsApp videos from their mom, they just continue to ignore them. But then I saw things getting worse, where other family members started to respond with their own anecdotal evidence on potential impacts from vaccines from other family members. And so as a scientist, I got concerned, and I know I needed to step in to provide some data. And so I do what every scientist does on this Sunday evening, is to get on Google Scholar, because only real scientists use primary data. We don't rely on secondary data sources, so that I can fire off a few articles that that can shut down these misguided facts on some of the vaccines that we've been taking for the past few decades, and to ensure that some of this information doesn't get worse, or there aren't any consequences for my little cousins. But to my surprise, one of the first hits was a study that linked thimerosal to atypical autism diagnosis. I thought that was strange. And one of the other studies reported potential linkages between the hepatitis B vaccine and autism. And then I realized that there were some other studies that reported potential linkages. And so, is Dr. Baker right? Or is there something about making conclusions about big medical debates based on 15 minutes of Google scholaring on a Sunday afternoon? Are there other ways that we can weigh the volume of medical literature and advice around these conditions? And yes, fortunately, there is. And that is evidence synthesis. And so what this is a process for identifying and compiling and combining relevant knowledge from multiple sources around a particular topic area. And it includes approaches such as meta-analyses, systematic reviews, narrative reviews, and other approaches. And so we use a synthetic approach of existing literature to answer the question on, does marine conservation benefit people? And we can get a better understanding of how people are being affected by conservation. But we can also use this to try to answer other important questions, such as, does everyone win in conservation? Are certain groups always winners or always losers? Do women benefit less from conservation than men? How are different aspects of human well-being impacted from conservation? And are short-term costs outweighed by long-term benefits? And what is the quality of existing evidence? And when we think about all these questions, a lot of them can be bucketed within categories where we think about the relationships between multiple impacts, where we talk about win-wins or lose-lose, or trade-offs where certain groups win or certain groups win at a specific period of time, and then maybe lose or gain later. And then we talk about equity of impacts, both between groups or across locations. And so our new research question is, and we focus on these 4 types of conservation interventions: MPAs, community-based management, certification programs, and payment for ecosystem services. Does marine conservation lead to synergies, trade-offs, and equitable or inequitable social outcomes? And because there's so many ways that you can describe relationships between outcomes, we came up with a simple framework that looks at 4 main dimensions of heterogeneity when we think about multiple outcomes. And this can be used from anything from humans to fish, where we understand what aspects of well-being are being affected and how these impacts are distributed across space and time. We think about the directionality of impacts, if it's positive, negative, or if there are some that are not affected. And then the magnitude, how much they were affected by change. Just really quickly, without getting too deep into the data, we found, as expected, multiple synergies and trade-offs between aspects of human well-being. And within these different domains, we have a large amount of literature that talks about how resource use rights are being affected by conservation. By that, they mean who has access to use or access or harvest or manage marine resources, and conservation having impacts there. We also have a large body of literature that focuses on economic well-being and occupational livelihoods. and as well as other categories such as food security as it relates to fish catch, and social capital as it relates to conflict and cohesion. But again, resource use rights was a definite focus, where the allocation of resource use rights and empowerment had follow-on or subsequent impacts on other dimensions of human well-being. When we think about the distribution and directionality of outcomes, we found multiple examples of synergies where outcomes were positive or negative over space, time, or between groups, as well as trade-offs where, for example, some groups received benefits, particularly those who had these property rights, and others experiencing losses. For example, within a marine sanctuary in South Africa, poor fishers who had historic fishing rights stated that they had to watch commercial vessels with lobster permits taking tons out of their own backyard, and they having to stay out of no-take areas where poor fishers were no longer able to access. In addition to synergies and trade-offs, we also observed other complex interactions across outcomes. For example, we observed multiple cases where individuals or groups who gained property rights but experienced synergistic increases in economic wealth or other outcomes, but then trade-offs in terms of conflict with groups who synergistically lost access rights, economic opportunities, and or access to fish. So for example, fishers in Mabini in the Philippines stated that tourism operators were given greater control over MPA policy at the expense of fishers, reaping economic benefits, but resulted in conflict between fishers and tourism operators. So to answer the question, does conservation benefit people? The answer is it depends. Social outcomes are complex with many synergies, trade-offs, winners, and losers from intended and unintended outcomes from conservation. And the reallocation of property rights has cascading effects on other aspects of human well-being, including access to income-generating activities, food security, education, and cultural uses, and social connections. Although there were cases where interventions decreased levels of conflict, in multiple cases, the reallocation of property rights also led to increased conflict between groups. In our work, we also noticed significant gaps in the literature in terms of where studies occurred and the types of interventions, where, for example, there was very little on the outcomes from certification schemes or payment for ecosystem service programs. Outcomes such as culture and education were not often assessed, or certain aspects of heterogeneity, such as differences in outcomes across age groups, ethnicities, genders, and then temporal scales. Which brings us back to our question, does conservation benefit people? And we realize that there's a more important question here. Why does conservation benefit some people, or some people more than others? And that's where we get to the magnitude component, and thinking about then differences in how much people gain or lose from conservation. And we found that inequality in outcomes was shaped heavily by context. Those who had power, ability to influence the intervention, design, and agency to be able to respond to change, they were able to, more often than not, to receive greater benefits. Variation in resource use and dependency, the types of way that they use a resource, and how they and where they use it, as well as access to the benefits, and then their own capabilities, their assets, education, or financial capital or resources, and the ability to benefit or adapt to changes brought on by conservation. All of these factors shaped how much benefits or losses people receive from conservation. So, for example, in pre-existing power hierarchies and social structures within the Garifuna community, particularly the non-co-op members, contributed to unequal distribution of economic benefits from previous MPA project in Cayos Cochinos. In Mafia Island, NPA, the author suggested that unequal fishing restrictions and different fishing histories likely contributed to fishers from one community perceiving greater benefits from the NPA and associated livelihoods programs from fishers in another community who were less involved or who had less of a say in the decision-making process. In another article, while both men and women perceived increased conflict, female fish traders in these community-based programs in Kenya, they reported receiving less or no benefits from these community-based MPAs compared to male traders. And again, this had to do with their voice and the power that they had in decision-making. In another example, where we had the reallocation of property rights and shown that how differences in resource dependency as well as ability to shape the intervention resulted in loss of property rights or access to marine resources and had cascading effects on other aspects of well-being. So in here from Carlos Chinos again, members of the community responded that the MPA regulations and enforcement resulted in the criminalization of the Garifuna community and increased risk at sea. In Manazi Bay in Tanzania, in the marine park, the authors reported loss of access to from the community to ancestral fishing waters, and subsequently the loss in access and associated enforcement led to synergistic losses of livelihoods and assets, and subsequently food insecurity, malnourishment, and lower school attendance among community members. This case illustrates how one impact on one aspect of human well-being definitely cascades onto others. But it's not all negative. In this article that from Indonesia and Tonga, they reported cases where customary or co-managed areas resulted in select members of the community receiving additional ownership and management rights to regulate outsider fishing. And as a result, they saw an increase in collective income and living standards within their communities. So in summary, we find that marine conservation has had diverse impacts across various aspects of well-being, social groups, locations, and time periods, and that social outcomes are complex. And that conservation, by reallocating who has access to which areas or what markets, can have cascading effects on human well-being. But conservation is not happening in isolation. Coastal communities are also experiencing other drivers of change. We have climate change, development pressures, and more recently, global pandemics. And poorly implemented conservation could exacerbate pre-existing inequalities and vulnerability if not done correctly. So therefore, we need to design and implement conservation interventions when we do it, and we need to pay attention to how changes in who has access to what resources, the property rights, how that affects different groups. We need to understand that pre-existing inequalities, injustices, and variations in resource dependency may make some people more vulnerable to change. And we may need to go beyond just doing our do no harm to thinking about transformative approaches if we want to achieve long-term success. How can we address root drivers of inequality and vulnerability? How can we prioritize social justice, build general resilience to multiple shocks, and form new and unlikely partnerships with different actors who are implementers or those within the community in order to understand why change is happening and how we can find solutions that are more just and equitable. So how do we do this? And here I propose ways forward to support long-term sustainability through effective and just conservation. And I believe that there are, and this is just my perspective, that there are 3 steps that we can do, or 3 ways in which we can invest in order to achieve conservation that delivers more sustainable and equitable outcomes in the future. I believe we need to invest in people. The importance of having the capacity for effective conservation, whether it be paid staff members or working together with local communities to manage marine resources. We need to invest in more robust monitoring evaluation so we can understand if our interventions are working and what is really driving this change in the system. Who are the groups most affected, as well as understanding what knowledge already exists, where could be strong local knowledge or opportunities for peer learning or learning from the literature, as we had in our second example. And then invest in more just collaborative partnerships where we are carrying out transdisciplinary research and forming partnerships across scales and thinking carefully about who needs to be involved at what stages of the research. So the first one is pretty explanatory, but I want to talk briefly about how we achieve or get towards more robust monitoring and evaluation, which can inform more effective than just conservation. So I believe that more robust monitoring and evaluation can do this because it gives us a better understanding of current conditions and trends, social, ecological, environmental, governance management conditions, and the impacts of what we are doing in management within marine social ecological systems. It allows us to support better implementation by informing how and where action is needed, informing intervention design that better fits with the local context and avoids negative impacts on particular groups. It supports learning from the past, where we can assess project performance, identify management gaps, inform adaptive management more readily, and promote shared learning by communicating lessons learned to others. Lastly, we can support greater accountability and inclusivity by communicating how we're doing and where change is needed to stakeholders, and include stakeholders within monitoring itself through inclusive and participatory monitoring and evaluation programs. Because what we see today is that there are current weaknesses in monitoring and evaluation, which is hindering conservation and management. Many conservation programs fail to do adequate scoping. And so as a result, we are unclear of, and we have the potential for misfit. Project evaluations suffer from a lack of baseline studies, poor monitoring design, and not much investment is done in understanding how people, particularly marginalized groups, are affected. And the result is that managers and stakeholders are in the dark on the performance of impacts of conservation, raising concerns of the implications for marginalized groups that are often excluded from decision-making and bearing the negative impacts from mismanagement. So I believe we can move towards more robust monitoring evaluation through using counterfactual approaches for more robust insights on effectiveness and how and why people are differentially affected by conservation. And so we do this by measuring and identifying the actual impact on coastal human and reef communities using counterfactual approaches, where we can disentangle changes that are a result of broader social or environmental context versus the changes that are happening because of conservation and management. We then use these approaches to understand differential impacts, who and what is being affected and how. Both communities above and below water are not homogeneous, and those that are most vulnerable to shocks are also the ones that are most sensitive to conservation implementation and the impacts, both sensitive to the benefits as well as the costs that can occur. Therefore, we should evaluate impacts on various groups, and particularly those that are most vulnerable to change. And then lastly, we need to understand why some groups are affected differently, and that recognizing that conservation does impact people in multiple ways. And so understanding how and why impacts differ and the role of context, example, differences in levels of breed dependency and pre-existing social inequalities, that shapes how and why different impacts occur. Right? We also need to challenge the assumptions that all impacts happen through single pathways, the ecosystem services pathway, where if we believe that there's an improvement in the environment, then necessarily everyone wins, and that's actually not the case. We can maximize on evidence synthesis, peer learning, and local knowledge to get a better understanding of how and why we see the differential impacts that we would see within coastal social ecological systems. Next, I think we can head towards strong long-term partnerships to achieve lasting change, where we have partnerships between local actors, implementers, policymakers, researchers, and to better inform how we manage and conserve marine resources. Not to dive too deep into concepts such as transdisciplinarity, but the carrot cake idea does fit. And the idea of going beyond specific disciplines in the science world, as well as different sectors, when we think outside of academia, towards a place where there is co-design and co-production of knowledge between groups. So it's like a cake. You no longer see the form of the ingredients, as they have taken on a completely new shape and flavor, where we have complete integration of disciplines and those who are involved in action on the ground. And so this one is for us as scientists, that we need to avoid parachute science at all costs, where we show up on a reef or in a community to collect data and leave. Although this gets us more publications, but those who are actually interested in producing salient research to support long-term change, we actually need to think carefully about long-term partnerships and what knowledge co-production could look like. And recognizing that we often can't come in with a specific research agenda, and we need to partner with in-country or local institutions and ensure that those involved have sufficient capacity to adequately participate. And if they don't, how can we build it locally? We also need to ensure opportunities to engage in co-defining the research priorities and research design and how to disseminate the outcomes so that it actually can inform decision making. And we definitely can publish and still perish. We can publish the best interdisciplinary science, but that will not be enough for change. And so we need to think carefully about how we can combine the knowledge that we co-produce with carefully planned dissemination so that it does reach those that are making decisions on the ground, from the local level up to the other levels of decision making. And after years of mistakes and years of seeing other projects fail, and from science all the way through to multi-country programs, I began to realize over the years that it's actually all about relationships. And if we can forge long-term partnerships that are built on trust, respect, and personal relationships, those projects are more likely to succeed. And often we may have to give up opportunities in order to ensure that these relationships are maintained and that trust is maintained, and that we aren't necessarily have the best people involved in supporting our work, but we may have to just to ensure that we have the right people in the room. And then for us who may be in a position of privilege, and where we can amplify voices of traditionally marginalized groups in science and advocate of the rights of groups and coastal communities, where we can co-develop questions and approaches based on needs of those on the ground. And for myself, I've had this existential crisis where I've been able to get faculty position at a university in the US. And so I now can think carefully, and I need to think carefully about how I can use my position of privilege to support the voices and the interests of those who are dealing day to day with the consequences of declines in marine ecosystems, and how we can use that to and work together to identify what are some of the main needs of those on the ground, and to move to a place where we can influence and lead to change. So this has been my journey, but what is more important here is actually your journey, especially those of you who are junior or future managers, scientists, practitioners, fishers. How can you work to help make transformative change where you are, and that achieves long-term solutions for the oceans, and solutions that are both effective and just? Who are the allies who helps you along the way? Like I've had so many help me, and who can you be an ally to push them along as well to bring change and to support our oceans? So thank you very much. And although this slide doesn't do justice to all that have been involved in this work, I wanted to say thank you to those that are involved. And just in case you were wondering if I ever responded to my mom, the answer is yes. I was able to find a meta-analysis that looked at the effects across hundreds of studies, and they found that, based on evidence, that vaccines are not associated with autism. But as for another story for another day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gill, for that very entertaining, insightful keynote presentation, which really, and thank you for sharing your journey. I'm sure this would be really helpful and inspiring to other younger, early career students or professionals that are trying to carve their own paths. So I would encourage all our attendees. Oh, I see Alejandro is on to
I just want to say thank you, Dave. I can say very proudly that I have seen you grow through many years. We have been in several journeys in buses and things like that. And it's a pleasure to see you where you are and what you're talking about, and the delivery and the heart that you have when you're talking about what you believe. Good job.
Thanks. So as we invite our attendees to post their questions in the Q&A box, I see already there are lots of comments about how much everyone has enjoyed your talk. I found that there were some really important messages that you shared, and I like that you sort of identified the next steps towards more sustainable and equitable conservation, and you reinforced the need to invest in people and also recognizing the importance of capacity. And this has been a theme that has showed up within the week. We had these discussions with the other keynotes, as well as the importance of building capacity and investing in people has been really important. And then you also went on in great detail to share about investing in robust monitoring and evaluation, as well as investing in collaborative partnerships. And I'm just trying to build some time for people to ask their questions. So let's see what's popped up. Yes, a lot of thank yous right now, but we do want to hear from our audience and ask some questions, because I'm sure Dr. Gill is really truly an expert, and he has shared some really important information. And also another thing that I thought was really important that you shared, and again, another sort of theme that popped up, was the concept of parachute science and the importance of really partnering with in-country institutions and local partners. So that's really important as well. And you were very dangerous with your disciplinary carrot cake, especially as it's lunchtime here, and people are really, I thought it was a really great concept to share that message. So let's see. And yeah, that's just reinforcing what's been popping up in the chat. Bob said he loves the point about having the right people in the room, so not necessarily the best. And that's one thing you said. And also with partnerships built on trust and respect means that you're more likely to succeed, especially if you choose the right people and not necessarily the best. So again, I'm looking at the questions, and I think people have just been so entertained that they don't have any questions to ask. See that there is a question. Well, the question is more from one of your colleagues that you mentioned at the start, Hazel, who said she really loved your talk and your wonderful messages about how to make a real difference on the ground beyond simply publishing. So thank you for sharing that, Hazel. So as there aren't any questions immediately coming up, David, were there any other, oh, we do have one popping up. Oh no, that's not a question. But David, do you have any other concepts that you would like to share, or anything that you would like to go into more detail, sort of encourage others while they formulate their questions?
Yeah, thank you. And it's definitely a lot of what I have here, and especially thinking about some of the ways forward represents what I've seen from things that have gone well and mistakes that I have made in the past, or may still be making, in terms of ensuring that a lot of the work that we do is built on strong relationships. And definitely there are many opportunities that we have to advance a lot of the work that we do, and we know that within this space there are lots of interests, a lot of for example, if you as an early career researcher, you have incentives to publish, you have requirements from your institution, or if you're working in an NGO, you have donor-driven agendas where fish attraction devices may be the latest trend, and so you have to push fats as the major as the solution, when you in your heart may know that that's probably not the best thing to do. And so it is challenging how to manage and to deal with all the different priorities and sort of invested interests that different individuals may have in the room to work together. And it's hard. It's not easy. Doing single authored science or working on a project on your own, that's easy. The hard part is taking the time, the messy time to try to work together, and to work together with the unlikely partners, where you may be against coastal development, but you probably will have more an impact by working in partnership with coastal developers. So you can understand their incentives and why they're doing what they're doing. And it's not easy. It takes long, it's expensive to work in these types of partnerships, even just between researchers and NGOs. There are lots of challenges that we've had in the past, where the science that we put out that may critique some of the approaches they use. And so it is messy, it is hard, but it's unavoidable if we want to bring change.
Thank you, David. And now the questions have started to flow. So one of the questions that's come up is Alejandro. First, he made a comment about understanding the distribution of benefits and costs across society helps to identify policy options that will ensure equitable outcomes. So that was sort of reinforcing one of your statements. But his question refers to one of your slides where you mentioned that only 9% of the MPAs have adequate staff. So how can we deal with this issue, and what kind of capacity building do we need to implement this?
Yeah, it was one of those results that many in the NGO community were very excited about, because they said, yes, now we can ask for more, we have proof that we need to ask for more funding. But what we did find, and when we dug into the research to understand, well, yeah, what type of capacity? Is it just enforcement? Because that's the first thing we think about. But actually, the responses from the managers or the stakeholders within the different MPAs said that it was for many things. It was anything from budget to all the way through to outreach and tourism management, that there's just overall a lack of capacity to carry out the various pieces of necessary to manage marine resources. And the big concern that we have is where we are pushing towards area-based targets, that yes, let's get 30%, but if we are moving up from 3% to 30%, do we have a 10-fold increase in the financial capacity as well as the staff to be able to manage these larger areas? Because some aspects of capacity does scale with size and some don't. And so it is a connection between both numbers as well as the skills and the knowledge of those involved. And I know that in many of the places that we work in, that there is high turnover when we have especially a lot of junior or new researchers or graduates, and they get a good job in the MPA. And as they get better, then others, there are opportunities elsewhere. And so there is a constant turnover or leaky pipeline. And this is actually where I think I'm pushing towards the international donor community. Yes, there is high turnover in NGOs and in MPA management because these well-trained, the more you train the staff, the more the better they are in the job market. But that may actually not be a bad thing. If you have a constant pipeline of well-trained researchers, it yes, definitely are practitioners, and yes, it is detrimental or for that particular project, but it could have positive spillover benefits where you now are creating a population of well-trained individuals who can not only advance conservation and marine resource management and fisheries management within your project, but also across that area or region.
Thanks, David. And we have another question here, which asks, what do you think just an inclusive research and management looks like in the Caribbean, given the often competing economic development interests?
Yeah, I think it does come back down to some of the pre-existing social and structural inequalities that we have from colonialism all the way through, where you do have some that have been traditionally marginalized from the decision-making process. And so when there is competing forces, such as development, especially on large-scale development on a coast, there are some that often don't have a say. And again, if we want to just move beyond do no harm, or developers can come in and say, well, we're going to create 50 jobs and take away only take away 3, we actually can think carefully as to, well, those 3 jobs, who has those 3 jobs that are going to be lost? I know this is just an example, but we do need to recognize and understand that it's not an even playing field that we're starting with, and the time that it takes to scope and understand who is being affected and how, and forcing, say, developers to do their homework and to put the onus on them to understand the equity of impacts that they are going to have, both intended and unintended, on coastal communities. then I think that's where we're going to have to start making the change, where we prioritize social justice within our EIA and SI, environmental impacts and social impact assessments.
Thanks, David. And there were a couple of questions, but I want to add this one, which was sort of a follow-up and related to Alejandra's first question, and where there was a talk about that they don't have sufficient capacity. However, Bob is posing that if you were to ask decision makers, they would say that there are sufficient resources. So how do you bridge that gap?
Yeah, that was actually one of the questions that we thought there was going to be a lot of bias, where everyone would say, oh yeah, we don't have any capacity, please fund us more. Because the data we received were from World Bank and Global Environment Facility databases. We actually didn't see a case where there was a universal, yes, we are underfunded. And I think it is, if you do it, depending on who the decision maker is, it is a case where if that decision maker is not understanding what is happening on the ground, the other point that I think we would need to get to is to start bridging the vertical connections, where those that are in decision making or have stronger connections to what's happening on the ground. Yes, it is very idealistic. I know that for something like that to happen, it's very rare, but when it does happen, it does work well. Definitely, if there are ways and identifying who can be our advocates and allies within these higher levels of decision making, where decisions are being made in rooms that we are not part of and do not reflect reality on the ground. How can we identify those who can get us a foot in the door, or to start to think about ways to engage with those decision makers in the long term? And despite the challenges of election cycles and whatnot, can we be strategic and having our outreach not just towards fishers, but we may need to do more outreach towards decision makers to educate them and to build long-term relationships with those who are working at other scales.
Thanks. And as you sort of mentioned the education part, I think that links in well with Alfonso's question to you, which refers to what do you think about how people's ocean literacy could help to move forward into more realistic marine conservation within the region?
Yeah, that's a good question. And again, we can think strategically as to who has that literacy and the impact that they can have. If we had greater ocean literacy within the economists and the lawyers with that in the decision-making world who work at the national scale or regional scale, definitely if they are aware of the issues that are happening and the impacts that it could have, that definitely would drive change at the top, but also amongst youth, and how we know that the amount of the social change that can happen when kids go home and force their parents to behave more sustainably. I think definitely it would be helpful. And again, if we think strategically of where are those leverage points, we can invest in increasing ocean literacy and awareness to enact change. And so sometimes it may be at the top, sometimes it may be at the bottom, or maybe we just spread it more broadly if there are key groups or key actors. And this is where we need to form those unlikely partnerships. Because what if our developers who come into the region, if they are not forced, that's the bad way to say, they are encouraged strongly to become more familiar with the major sustainability challenges locally before they can start any work or construction locally. I think through developing these long-term relationships, we can foster that increase in ocean literacy, but it is expensive. It will take time, but it's definitely needed.
Thanks, David. And I can reinforce the importance or how getting kids excited to the point that they will go and annoy their parents into doing the right thing. I think that is something that is often overlooked, but is possibly one of the most effective ways to make change. So that was really great to hear. So we do have another question from Carlisa Calwood, who I believe is from the Bahamas. And she says, this is the 4th time in the past 2 weeks that I've heard calls for building trust and collaboration with local communities to be a priority for researchers, and that the critical component is time to do so. However, one of the limiting factors has been that funders often want to see research results with timeframes that are often at odds with the reality of how long it takes to build authentic relationships with communities. So do you have any suggestions on how to approach this given these constraints?
Yeah, and so that's probably where the funders also need to be in our education programs, in our outreach and education. So they as well are familiar with the realities that are happening on the ground. And if we can translate that into economic terms, where the return on investment for structuring a project with short-term projects with short-term deliverables versus those that may invest more in long-term solutions. If we can find ways to creatively engage and inform that community, just as much as we think that solutions may come from making resource users use the reef better, we may be able to implement more change by educating some of the groups such as funders. And so I know that there are different agencies that do try to spend some time on the ground and connecting with grantees to get a better understanding of what's happening on the ground. But we probably need to do more and to do better at informing them of the realities and understanding what potential harm these short-term initiatives can have, and educating them on the benefits of this long-term trust building and establishing relationships and building capacity locally.
Thanks, David. And we also have a question from Christy Simmons. And she says that the National Marine Sanctuaries just announced their consideration and scoping for a new Central California Coast Chumash Sanctuary. What lessons learned from your research might be relevant to that process? And she also ends by saying how much she enjoyed your talk.
Yes, thank you. I would say this is, again, only from my perspective, but scope well. The investing well in understanding the context, I think will reap rewards in the long term. And so understanding what are the ecological, social, physical processes that are driving change in the system right now or are likely to drive change. And taking that time and investment will definitely reap benefits in designing a more appropriately fit network and one that is more resilient to shocks. You can also then definitely think also about interactions and think creatively. Well, this is a network as it is today, but what does network look like in the future with this expected change as a result of climate change, or with these this expected development changes in resource use and activity in the ocean. And while that can be seen as an intensive data collection exercise by a central agency, I think it'd be more effective if that's a participatory approach. And there's been a lot of work that recently on how to use participatory methods where you are including those stakeholders in explaining how the system works from the social, ecological, chemical governance, how they're connected, and to then go through how change will likely affect the system. And so spending time using participatory methods, systems, approaches to understand the system well, and please collect baseline data so that you do know then what impact the sanctuaries network will have as opposed to changes that we see that are driven by other factors.
And so I remember earlier in your talk, you sort of provided some case studies, such as in South Africa, where you had these fishes sort of standing by looking at others sort of exploit their backyards. And so you have the issue where you can have zoning and sort of the conflicts you refer to with the tourism and fisheries, tourism operators and fisheries. But what happens, or if you consider sort of like illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, how does IUU fishing sort of influence these resource use rights? And also how does that then play into conservation?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Strangely enough, IUU fishing was the topic of dinner conversation last night. It is hard. I'm not going to pretend to have an answer for it. It's definitely going to be a challenge that requires support from other scales. As we know, the ability for small island nations, such as the Caribbean, especially Eastern Caribbean, to manage and control IUU fishing within their economic zones is impossible. And so we definitely need the support from larger international organizations or other nations to address it. I don't have an answer for IUU fishing, especially on a large scale. At a local scale, there's been other examples, such as in Mexico, where local communities came together and set up turfs or areas where they would manage their own abalone fishery, and things were going really well. And the project was very successful, and they worked together with researchers, and the government was able to somewhat recognize their efforts. But then what they call the roving bandits came in and started to exploit the success that this local community had. And because the community was powerless, some of their own started to take as much as they can before these outsiders did. And that resulted in the stock collapsing. And so definitely in that case, at the local scale, if they did have national level support to provide enforcement capacity to be able to help them manage their resources and protect the resources that they've worked so hard to build, then that's definitely one way to address it. And so definitely these cross-scale partnerships and having the higher level support for locally led initiatives and small protected areas is vital to protect local communities from outsiders.
Thanks, Dr. Gill. And as there are no more questions coming in, I just wanted to reemphasize one of your messages about using your privilege to amplify the voices of traditionally marginalized groups and also for advocating rights. So I would like to give you the opportunity now to sort of provide any closing words or inspiring words, because we do have quite a few of our student attendees here today. So what would be some sort of advice or words of encouragement that you would like to sort of pass on based on your own journey and your own experiences to some of our up and coming marine scientists, managers, and practitioners?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, so I can only talk from my experience. And I think no matter who you are, from microbial biologists to an anthropologist, who you are influences how others see you. Me being from the Caribbean definitely changes the dynamics when I walk into a room as opposed to someone else. But I think if there are ways that you, in your position or the positions that you will get, can work for good or influence others for good, then I think maybe that you try to think carefully how you can influence change within your system, how to not accept the status quo when you do see things that are done wrong or unjust. It may mean you becoming the broken record in the room who puts up their hand in the back and says, well, what about this? Or why weren't these people involved or invited to this meeting? And you can't do it alone. Definitely find others that share the same values as you or common goals. And I think definitely when you do find those at work that do share the values that you have. And for me, it has worked well because those relationships are with those in NGOs and those in other parts of the world. So this then makes our collaborations a lot easier because we do know where we're coming from in our perspective. And even though the science and how we approach science and or practice on the ground may be different, we all share the same values and we have the same goals. And so, yeah, if there is a cause that you see fit to, and a soapbox that you may need to stand on, then stand on it. I've definitely tripped and fell many times in terms of trying to get work done, and that is definitely the other part of it, is that really take some time to understand where you are and how you got there, who's helped you along the way, acknowledge and recognize them, and yeah, invest that time. I can't say it enough in relationships because that is what makes you a stronger researcher and better practitioner, and yeah, to be able to influence change.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. And on behalf of the GCFI family, we really want to thank you. We are truly honored to have had you here to present, to share your journey, to give those personal touches, but also to share your knowledge and your experience with our attendees today. I'm sure you have inspired some of our other attendees here about what they too can achieve. And we are convinced that this won't be the first keynote that you deliver. So thank you again for presenting at our 74th annual Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute. And we hope that next time we have you, it can be in person. So thank you again, Dr. Gill. We truly enjoyed your presentation today. Thank you. And we are very, very close to the end of our conference right now. So I'm going to invite Alejandro to join us to sort of share some closing words. Alejandro.
Wow. What can I say, Dave? Your journey is just starting. So your river is going to grow a lot. And to all the students and all the presenters here, just join a river and follow it and make it grow, and you will see all the benefits and enjoy that. And thank you for sharing all that with GCFI. What can I say about this year? when we started this year, we didn't know how it was going to be. I think this has been a great meeting. I think we have a very high level of science participation and interaction. The pre-record sections and the discussions were really well, allowed a lot of people to participate, and perhaps it has been one of the most dynamic meetings we have ever had in that sense. As a chair of the program committee, there is a lot of things that I would like to say, but mostly I have to thank people. So I would like to thank the GCFI membership for believing on us and joining in this virtual experiment, because when we jump into this, we didn't know where we're going. The keynote presenters, what can I say? We closed with one impressive one, and the other two were really, 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 really good. All the presenters, the level of the presentation this year, I mean, always is good, but this year, probably because we had the opportunity to look at them more in detail with the pre-recording and all that, but the level of science and all the presentations were really, really great. And the discussion, the comprehensive discussions that we had during the sections, that was incredible. To all the students and young professionals, it was impressive to see some sections in which we have a lot of new professionals, equally diversity in gender and everything. We have people from different regions, but a lot of young people doing great science. So thank you for participating and for believing in GCFI. To the student committee and the judges for helping them to evaluate and continue participating to us, to all the sponsors of the meeting, and they were named throughout the different presentations, to all the filmmakers that participated in Cinefish. There were some amazing films. All of them were good, but I think Stony Coral was very remarkable too. To Sylvia and Vivian, these are our interpreters. We've been working with them for the last 5 years or so, and every year it's better and better. Thank you for being adaptable and flexible and for understanding us. To the GCFI Board of Directors for believing on us. One, I just want to remember something to 3 individuals, the Kingfish Trio. Remember, you have to sign your contract for next year, and I will be your agent. So don't go easy, okay? I have to say something about the business part of the meetings to all the oral presenters. Remember, you need to submit your manuscript for the proceedings. We've been engaged too much into enjoying the presentation, and we've been forgetting reminding you about that, but you will get emails from us. One person can deserve all the thanks, and a huge thanks and everything, Fadila. It has been a pleasure working with you. I think what you have done is incredible, and your organizational skills are to the top. And then the final thing I want to say, because we want to wrap up this meeting, is that next year, I would like to announce where we're going. We're going back again to Destin for Walton Beach, Florida. Alex Fox and his team are, our host. They're still willing to host us next year. So we're going to give it a try. We're going to go there again. And I think we're going to have a blast. Okay. Thank you. You all have been incredible working with you all. That's it. To Fadila.
Thanks, Alejandro. And yeah, I would like to reinforce a lot of what you said. There were so many people involved, but there's also one person that is very dear to GCFI that unfortunately last year we said goodbye to. So before I invite Bob for his final words, I just want to share a video. I know we've shared it before, but we want to bring Leroy back into our meeting. So give me 1 second.
My name is Leroy Cresswell. I'm with the University of Florida Sea Grant Program, And I first came, interestingly enough, I was at the University of Miami Erasmus in 1980, and Erasmus is where GCFI started. And so since 1980 until now, that's 36 years, I have been coming to GCFI every year. I am the executive secretary of the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute, and my job is I'm the editor of the proceedings. I make sure that happens, and whatever else I'm asked to do, making plaques for student awards and things like that. So I'm one of the old dogs of GCFI, and the reason that's the case is because back in the 80s, and it continues today, GCFI is really a family of individuals, because I've seen people from Barbados, from the Caribbean region, from Barbados and Mexico and you name it, Bermuda, that I've seen every year for 36 years, because they come and we talk about things that are important. And what's really where GCFI has really caught hold is that we have so many students that come now, and it's indicative in our student achievement awards. All of our student awards, when they come and they give a presentation, they get an award for doing a fine job. We don't just give them an award, we give them the money to come to next year's meeting. And that's because we want people to, as some of the other students that you spoke with, we want them to become like me. Say, I've been coming to GCFI for 36 years because it's so important and it's so pleasurable. And so that's the important thing to me. And I probably, when I retire, which is pretty soon, I still will come to GCFI just because it's my home.
Hey, thank you very much.
Good enough?
Perfect. That's
Good?
fabulous.
Okay, thanks.
I didn't realize it was 30.
And so I'd like to invite Bob to join us now to share some words about Leroy and also on looking ahead.
Wow. How do you follow that? I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was said because Alejandro said it very eloquently, and Leroy's. Anyway, I did want to thank a couple people, and this is going to be a little repetitive, but I had the pleasure of standing in the background watching Alejandro and Fadila work their magic. It was you would not believe what went into this meeting. In many ways, it was even more complicated than an in-person meeting. So I just wanted to thank them for that. And now I wanted to also move on to Leroy. And I already spoke at the beginning of the meeting about what he meant to all of us. But we've been working towards making sure that Leroy's legacy endures. We'll all remember him, but we want to make it especially relevant as we go forward. And so what we're announcing now is that we're going to have a keynote address each year in Leroy's name that is going to be provocative. It may be with science, it may not be having to do with science, but we can assure you that it will be interesting, and it will be in his name, and there will also be an associated medal that will be awarded in his name going forward, as long as there's a GCFI. So with that, I want to turn it back to Fadila for the ringing of the bell.
GCFI Board of Directors, it is my extreme privilege and pleasure to announce that the 72nd Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute is now officially closed.
Thank you, everybody, for attending. This was as good as it gets, even though it was virtual. Thank you, everyone. And to Fadila, a big virtual hug.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. And for those of you that are new to GCFI, part of our history and our tradition is that we would begin and end each meeting with the ringing of that bell, Jim Hinkman bell. And that was something that Leroy, our executive secretary, did every year. So that's how we would like to pay tribute to him. No one really thinks that they can ever live up to Leroy. So we will always remember him. And so we'd like, as everyone has said, we've thanked all our sponsors, our panelists, our moderators, our planning committee, our interpreters, but we also want to thank our audience for being with us every day, for engaging, for being supportive of us, and as we made our way through this new virtual setting. We've had a great week of very engaging discussions, and people have been, your interactions on the app have really been more, it's exceeded what we thought we would have achieved. So we thank you, the audience, for showing up every day and also for your continuous support of GCFI. We'll be sending out some evaluation forms to you later, and we hope that you can help us make GCFI better in the future. So thank you again to everyone for joining us, and we look forward, we really hope that we can see you in person in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, in November 2022. So thank you again, and we'll be signing off.
Bye, everybody.